that's a song I made up or if it's a real song. I don't really know. It's something I feel like I've always sung, or, whenever. But I don't know if it's something I made up. I don't know. Do 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 do. Good morning, Easily. I just wanted to finish that. Anyway, good morning, Easily Distracted. How are you? Very nice to see you. Very nice to be seen. I hope you're well. I woke up with really good. I'm so glad to hear that. Everybody healthy, happy, relatively. Let's not go crazy. It's always a good day. I mean, the thing is I really don't want to ever take for granted days when things are relatively stable in the kingdom. Is that Old Cape Cod? Is that what that song is? Did I not make that up? God, I really thought I made that up. I think I do that. Good day. Good day, Mr. Neil. How are you? How are you, dear? I just need a little air. It's a little warm here today in Los Angeles. I don't know if it's warm where you are, but it certainly is warm where I am. Oof. Okay, we got a lot to do. If you're fond of sand dunes and salty air, I don't know. Is that? Wait, what? Yeah, okay. Well, I mean that's fair. No, it's good to have a clue as to what it might be. I'm sure I heard it somewhere. Probably. Original. You turned on the central air yesterday. That's a big moment. That's when it gets serious. Yeah, we don't have central air. That's the first line of Old Cape Cod, if I recall correctly. If you're fond of sand dunes. Well, now I'm kind of obsessed. Hi, Carla. Oh my gosh, look at you, early bird. Wah, wah. Yeah, so we have a lot to do today. Believe me. I know it doesn't sound like I would have much to do, but I do. And so, what do we got? I got a few little clips I want to go over this morning before, and then there's a few different congressional things happening, but there's one with Linda McMahon that I think I want to watch. I don't know. I just feel like she's an idiot, and maybe I just want to laugh at her a little bit. And maybe get mad about the fact that she's ruining, or, they're all ruining education. It's not. And not that education wasn't broken. I mean, I really believe that there's ways we could do better by students. I know there's ways. It requires a team. It requires a committed set of individuals. But there are ways to improve the education outcomes, if you will, that I think we haven't leaned enough into. It's not that people haven't tried stuff. Of course they have. But I just felt like we were onto something when it came to the high school. Now, granted, I wish I had had those kids in elementary school. And Kirchbridge goes splash again this morning. Oh my God, really? Holy shit. Holy poop buckets, what happened? But yeah, so I think we could do better. And it's not, rocket science. Well, I guess it is rocket science, but I'm not a pedagogue, so let's see. Oop. Okay, hold on. Freedom. 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 That's perfect, Tom. That goes perfectly with my other stories that I wanted to play. So thank you for that. I got it. bridge go boom. It's just so stupid. I just see this like arms race developing again, and I'm just so goddamn. We've done this already. I thought this one was in the past. This is the thing. You just keep repeating stuff. Nothing's in the past. It's just all the same old shit. Oh. Butterflies. Butterflies in the sky. I can go twice as high. It's in a book. Just take a look. Its butterflies are free. Nice. Nice. Good morning, butterflies. How are you, darling? Holy moly. It's an early bake because I need it. No, I don't. I don't really need it. Everything's fine. Butterflies in the sky. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm waking up. Damn it. This isn't even... That's not even lit. That's not even lit. Okay, hold on. Let me... Boop. Whoops. Whoops. Oops, I did it again. Ooh. Oh, just in the game. Oh, baby, you must think I'm in love. Sorry. It's one of those. How am I? This is pretty much how I am. My cats woke me up at 5 a.m. And I have like, I literally, like, my eyes are like, you know how when your eyes get really itchy? Like, all night long, my eyes were itchy. So, of course, when I woke up this morning, they're still itchy. I put a bunch of eye drops in them. And you know how when they're itchy, they're just, like, kind of red and kind of, like, squishy? You know when your eyes are kind of squishy? That's what it feels like. I feel like I have little squishy eyes. But it's fine. After yesterday's world trip and then this morning you singing, I was thinking about that. LP have a Russian opera singer? Yes, I have that. Oh, Haggard, I should play that one of these days. We should put on the Russian record that you bought me when we went to the record store. That was a really cool record store. That one in Hollywood. That was really cool. You're such a sweetheart. Yeah. I know. I guess I have allergy eyes. Well, I can't really play it right now because it's an actual album. He bought me we were out, like, we went out when he came by to visit. We hung out and we were buying albums and he bought me this Russian album. He's such a sweetheart. Smoky eyes. That's right. Tom, you have smoke. Not you, Neil, but the other Neil with an A has smoke as well in his part of Canada. Oh, I should definitely do that, Jane. I will definitely do that. I'll figure out a way to do that. I know I can. I think I can hook up my round tape, my record player. I don't know what I just said. Jane. Yeah, I can probably find a way to feed it into and record I'm going to do that. That's a great idea. Great project. All right, let's play. This is what Tom sent us this morning. I guess something went boom. Freedom is funded in whole or in part by the Ukrainian government. Oh, I see. Freedom is this thing. All right, so this is a Ukrainian government. I think the noise is kind of whatever, but okay, here we go. What? Holy Bazzoli. You have bourbon squishy eyes, Haggard. Okay, well, that bridge is done. Okay, all right, okay. Thank you, Tom. I did not know they did it again. Boy, they're really like, they're taking advantage of this moment where they've rocked Vlad's world. Bye, bridge. Bye, bridge. So I have a few things to play this morning because at 7, which is at 10 Eastern, etc., Linda McMahon is going to testify. So I have that teed up. I'd kind of like to start with the education. There are a couple of others, but that to me seemed one of the most compelling. I could be wrong. I guess. I could be wrong. But I do have a few short things for us to start with. Let me just make sure. Well, actually, let's start with this. This was 3 hours ago, and it's from Times Radio.
At 6 minutes past 8, now Russia and Ukraine have failed to agree a ceasefire after a second round of peace talks in Istanbul. The Kremlin says it suggested a 2 to 3 day pause in certain areas, but Ukraine accused them of rejecting the initial offer of a 30-day unconditional ceasefire. The delegations did accept a new prisoner exchange for those who are under 25, ill or heavily wounded. Speaking after the talks, Ukraine's deputy foreign minister appeared to blame Russia for the lack of progress.
We asked them directly if they were ready to react to our proposals that we handed over to them in written form. A while ago, there was no follow-up on the Russian side. As you can understand, we could not react to the Russian proposals because the Russian proposals were only literally given to us during the meeting. Therefore, the Russians themselves suggested that we need to take a serious look at those proposals.
Volodymyr Zelensky has also spoken from Lithuania as he met Baltic and Nordic allies, where he alluded to Ukraine's continued ambition to join NATO.
Geopolitical gains are just as important to Russia as money or territory. If Putin is allowed to decide who joins NATO, where NATO infrastructure can or can't be, then Russia's appetite for war will only grow. Our shared goal is the opposite, to completely end Russia's hunger for aggression.
Volodymyr Zelensky there speaking earlier. Well, Sergei was a US diplomat to Ukraine during the first Donald Trump administration and joins us now on the Evening Edition. Good evening to you, Sergei. Thanks for being with us. Can we take any progress from today? We've got that prisoner exchange, but I wonder on the credence, really, of both Russia and Ukraine getting together in this way.
I think it's pretty clear at this point that Russia is not negotiating in good faith. In fact, I would say Russia isn't actually doing much in good faith and isn't even negotiating. As the Ukrainian officials pointed out, Russia didn't even submit its proposals until immediately before the 1 hour negotiation that was held and wrapped up earlier today. And so I think to call it even negotiation is to be giving Russia a little bit too much credit. Its positions have consistently been those that seem to intentionally undermine the chance of the negotiations producing anything approximating a peace or even a temporary ceasefire. And I think that's what we can expect going forward.
Should Donald Trump intervene? Is he losing the appetite for this as
Is he
Russia
losing the
continues
appetite?
to string things along? Maybe Donald Trump
Come on
doesn't
now.
want to come out and publicly say that he's lost faith that Vladimir Putin
come
is
on,
after
girl.
peace. But should he intervene? Should he interject?
Why
to
are
get things
journalists
going?
like a little
Would that
bit
make any difference?
disingenuous?
Well, as of course many of your viewers know, Trump promised early on in his campaign that on the first day of his presidency, he would solve the Ukraine-Russia problem. We are now many months in, and it's proven rather more intractable than I believe he anticipated.
Really?
And the reason for that
You think
is
he was
that
telling
neither
the
side
truth?
has much of an interest
okay.
in peace at this point, because for Ukraine, agreeing to peace on the terms that Russia would accept would be essentially a complete loss of at least 20% of its territory, and probably simply rolling out the red carpet for a future invasion. Ukraine has learned the hard way over many hundreds of years that appeasing Russia is simply a chance for Russia to then rebuild its assault capacity. So as my Ukrainian friends and colleagues tell me, they would rather die fighting Russia than die under Russian oppression because they have been through that before. So Ukraine, from that perspective, isn't interested in a peace that Russia would accept, although it desperately wants peace and it desperately wants an end to the violence. For Russia's part, it doesn't want peace at all, partly because its goal seems to be essentially genocide and subjugation, and partly because it seems to think that it is still winning. It is holding about 20% of Ukrainian territory. That is up from the amount it was holding following the 2014 revolution of Maidan and the subsequent Russian invasion. So Russia seems to be stalling, partly so that it can continue its land grab and continue its assaults on Ukraine, and also partly so that if it is ever forced into a peace, it is going into that negotiation with a stronger hand by its own assessment.
Yeah, we have had sight of the Russian proposals for peace, and they've not moved on an awful lot at all. We continue with this stalemate. I mean, look, as we've lent into so far, there is one man who does have influence on this, and that is Donald Trump. But I wonder if there is still political capital there for him. Is he still interested in the role of peacemaker? Will he want to concentrate on his own domestic agenda, perhaps in a stronger fashion than on investing more time in this?
What?
I think it would be unwise for any one of us to try to guess at what Trump's immediate and most pressing concerns are. I think he is somebody who speaks a great deal on a broad number of subjects. And so, but taking him at face value, what he has said is that he is anti-war and has been fairly consistently, I think, over the course of his many years in the public spotlight. So I think we can take that as genuine that he would like the war to end, whether that's because he wants to notch a success or because he has a political imperative that he is hoping to hammer out. We don't know. Whether he has the political capital to accomplish it is also unknown. I think certainly if anybody does, it is the United States, and therefore it is Donald Trump.
That makes sense.
Nonetheless,
I wish they would,
for example, in the Israeli situation.
I kind of wish they would talk about it in terms of the administration. I know that this is dumb, and I'm asking for things that aren't possible. And I'm disappointed a little in the Times Radio host and her. I don't know. I think I understand from a journalistic standpoint, you might need to have more. I just don't understand why we classify this in traditional terms. That's what I struggle with. And maybe that's the right answer, but maybe it just feels like so disingenuous and so unhelpful in the media literacy sphere. Anyway.
Gaza, that Trump said he was going to solve it day one, and yet the genocide continues. And so I think one could easily overstate
he doesn't care about the genocide
power that any one person has on the global stage.
That actually works in his favor.
If somebody could end it, it would probably be President Trump.
Yeah, look, President Zelensky has...
Okay, see, this is what we have to stop doing. We have to stop advertising that Trump is the only one who can make it happen, because he buys that in the traditional Hollywood movie sense. Not as these folks intend it, which is as the leader of one of the largest quasi-democracies in the world, and, and inheriting the legacy of leadership that the U.S. has just by virtue of its position in the world. It just isn't, it's taking it and trying to normalize it. And I just don't know if you can really normalize this and versus always talking about it in the context of how we got here. Not how we got here, but what are the forces at work? I feel like the benefit to the administration is that the donors and the other people behind the scenes get a pass because journalists stick with the main level, which is, Trump. And only rarely do we see journalists go beyond that level. I mean, certainly there are deep pieces on, we're going to read a piece about Mike Anton today, that kind of thing. So I think there are things out there that are deeper dives, but from a kind of surface media consumption, right, which I consider this in mainstream media to kind of be when mass people kind of consume those messages, that's where I don't hear the deeper kind of just one layer down. Right? Like who is Susie Wiles? Why aren't we asking more questions about who Susie Wiles is? I know people know, but they clearly don't, because again, Susie Wiles is taken as a complete normie when she really has a very sketchy past and relationships with Russians and other things. You know, like bleh, bleh. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Sorry, lady, you're really smart.
Again, urged for increased sanctions against Russia, particularly from the US, saying it's important to seriously limit Russia's oil trade and Moscow's use of tankers, and that's something that Donald Trump has hinted at in the past.
Hi, Max. Hi, Jim.
What would he make of that hugely significant and very ambitious drone offensive over the weekend by Ukraine, smuggling lorries over the border and then launching
lorries or
drones,
trucks?
A huge, costly operation launching drones inside Russian territory, which has caused significant disruption. It was a huge coup by Ukraine to have done that. Would Donald Trump, would he have applauded it, or would he have thought it was in poor taste on the eve of peace talks?
I think everybody roots for an underdog to some extent, and Russia is very much the Goliath in this situation, and Ukraine is the underdog, is the David here. Ukraine managed to take out 34% of Russia's strategic cruise missile carriers with that assault yesterday, which is extraordinary. And it is hard to look at that with anything other than admiration, regardless of one's politics on the situation.
He loves big
It was
booms.
an audacious plan. They pulled it off brilliantly. It is the stuff of action movies. And
he
they
digs that.
it. And it should show that Ukraine shouldn't be pushed into making huge concessions in a negotiating room.
Yeah, no one pushes
properly armed and given time and room to function and to conduct its increasingly offensive war of defense against Russia, I think we would see Ukraine gain a fair portion of its territory back. That would, however, require that other global powers stop supporting Russia, whether that's through helping Russia manufacture drones, or whether it's the European Union increasing year over year its imports of Russian natural gas in the form of energy and still crude oil. Russia continues to make billions, and those billions are actually increasing year over year. So with that amount of money and with the kind of military support that it's getting from China and Iran, for example, Russia can play this game longer than Ukraine. But if Ukraine is given the room to breathe, I think what we would see is brilliance in the form of assaults similar to the drone strikes.
A terrible outcome,
on the various
but
Russian bases yesterday.
Yeah,
fighting for their lives.
It could be a hint of things to come. And just finally, we heard Zelensky there mention NATO again. Is it in everyone's interest, sadly or not, if we're to get an end to this war, does he need to stop talking about his ambition to join NATO? Does that need to be something Zelensky should once and for all concede if these talks are to advance in any way? He needs to let
Why
that
does he need to do that?
So Ukraine applied it in 2003 originally to be admitted into NATO, and various European, and not exclusively European, but mostly European countries within NATO did not want to approve Ukraine's candidacy, mostly because it didn't want to have to defend Ukraine should Russia ever attack and invade. And that is, of course, exactly what happened. Since then, I think it's become increasingly clear that NATO is a very, very distant goal for Ukraine, much like EU accession, should it even ever happen. And so there needs to be a dose of realism there. I would say Ukrainians have it. I don't think any of them who are paying attention think that suddenly the doors to either NATO or the EU are about to open. I do think, nonetheless, they need to keep pressing the point, because you should play every advantage. They should absolutely continue to be trying to get into the kind of organizations and international fora that would provide them some protection against a future Russian invasion. Nonetheless, it is also true that one of the if I was going to be charitable, I would say reasons, but I believe it's much more of an excuse for the full-scale invasion in 2022 by
Yeah,
Russia
yeah,
of
yeah.
Ukraine
Yeah.
was the expansion of NATO. And
Whatever.
this idea that NATO was somehow pressing up
So
on
I guess
Russia's
some
borders.
countries on
It
the
is
border
true that NATO was created essentially to
can be
contain Russia,
NATO, but not
and, or
everyone.
rather expanded, certainly, with that very much as the goal. And so it is understandable that from a Russian perspective, NATO is a bit of an existential threat, even though it is a purely defensive organization.
Yeah.
It is absolutely not engaged in any kind of Russian containment or offense against Russia. But however true that logic is in the Russian mind, the logic that NATO is expanding, it sounds in imperialism, because NATO isn't expanding into Russia. NATO is expanding into countries that were once part of the Soviet Union, and in some cases, of course, part of the Russian Empire before that, and have chosen new tracks and have engaged in the
Over
right of
centuries.
self-determination. So to pay
Oh my
homage
God.
to the Russian argument that NATO should be off the
Do we
table
need
because
a-
Ukraine is within its sphere of influence, and therefore
Do we need a lesson in Russian imperialism in the early, like all how they got all that land? Can we talk about that? Come on now, this is dumb.
should not
I mean,
be
it's
allowed
not
in,
dumb,
because
but,
if
you know.
Ukraine is allowed in, it is an aggression against Russia, would be to legitimize what is an essentially illegitimate argument.
Look, Saya, thank you so much for being with us. A really astute analysis there.
Yes, it was very astute. Actually, I really appreciate that, and I like to argue back and forth with the journalists, but I do not really understand this. Neil said something really good. She's framing it as if ending the war in Ukraine will pay dividends with his maggot crowd. They don't care, and in fact, most support Russia. That is 100% true. That is 100% true. They view support for Ukraine as if it were illegal immigrants, and they don't want to support. They love the fact that USAID is gone. They bought that entire boondoggle. Hi Josh, how are you? They bought that entire boondoggle. So they are all in. They don't care. The funny thing is, they do care, or at least when pressed, they support Israel. So they don't have the same concern about helping another country as long as that country is executing a genocide. So it's kind of funny. So it's not really the fact that money goes over the oceans, but it is kind of odd, you know, like it's an odd, it's a convenient choice, I guess. Ukraine was a shoo-in to become a NATO. I don't even know what the history is. I mean, I know that they did request it, and I understand intellectually. I understand what these ladies are saying about the fact that, you know, like, oh darn it, I just totally lost my thing. That they talk about it more in terms of, the historical context of kind of like Ukraine and Ukraine fighting for, enlistment, and that the fact of the matter is, I can understand intellectually the fact of the matter that Russia would be feel threatened by another NATO country on their border, but it's disingenuous, I think, to make that the key argument, because at the end of the day, there are plenty of countries that border Russia that are members of NATO. So why? There's something afoot. And as we read a little bit yesterday, and I know there's some, like Marcy Shore, I think, the historian who's married to Timothy Snyder, she's been on Radicalized Pod before, and she's talked about Ukraine's history in great detail. And I haven't read her books on it, but I would like to do that, because I think she really touches on just the volatile history of the Ukrainian people, and what a particularly egregious history they have, being part of imperialist Russia, and how they're, so it's just it is actually a very interesting and unique history, but it is a history I would classify of persecution in that region. So I think there's a lot to unpack there, which is why it makes me bristle when you think about if something like a NATO membership would allow that country to live with some sense of security, then why wouldn't that be in everyone's benefit? And why isn't exactly, you're right, Max, the history of Ukraine is super dense and super complicated and lots of different peoples, and it's just it's actually a really beautiful, like one of the most beautiful melting pots in that region of different peoples. And so it has a beautiful history. Like many countries around the world. But it's definitely harder to unpack, which is why I just don't, I get a little disappointed when we treat it as if there's some normalcy happening. I was just reading a story this morning about Roman Abramovich, the oligarch, aluminium, and the fact that the money that has been from proceeds are from him that were supposed to go to help Ukraine when the whole sanctions started 3 years ago are still being held in UK. And it's like, what the fuck? Someone's suing him now. I have to read more about the story, but someone's suing to get that money released in order to help Ukraine. But that's the type of thing. Like, the rich people just take care of each other. Even if they're on the other, on different sides of a moral issue, they still, at the end of the day, will bend over backwards to make sure people aren't harmed. It's weird. I noticed it in corporate. I noticed, it was always like, wow, I'm sure I benefited from it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be like self-righteous, but I think there is this really sick kind of, well, let's just make sure, even though they're a total shithead, let's make sure they have a soft landing, which there's nothing wrong with being gracious to humans, but there's not that same grace extended to the rest of the population. So anyway, sorry, stating the obvious here. All right, I need to see if we've got our Linda McMahon. Are you doing it? Let's see. What time is it? Oh, 7:01. Let me just check and see. Hold on just a second. Go away. Go away, little girl. Go away, go away. All right, here we go. Sorry. Stupid mood. I'm in a stupid mood this morning. All right, it hasn't started quite yet, but we're gonna go to that shortly. Let me put it up on the screen. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, that's tomorrow. We got a busy week this week. Actually, tomorrow there's a Twice Baked tomorrow because we've got something at 11. In fact, it's the Russ Vogt thing. And I really want to hear Russ Vogt testify about his fucking budget or whatever he's testifying about. I think it's the budget. For OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. So I really want to check that out. So there's going to be a Twice Baked. Oh, here we go. This is live. All right.
So she's invigorated, right?
I am definitely invigorated.
All right. As well as our full committee chair.
Hold on, I'm coming. I'm sorry.
Senator Collins and Vice Chair Senator Murray.
Oops.
We're all committed to return the fiscal year 2026 appropriations process to regular order. And
this is the Senate panel on the 2026 budget for the Department of Education.
High-quality education from preschool through post-secondary education. I know that education is a key to success, a vital part of maintaining our strong communities across the nation. I've seen it certainly firsthand in my home state of West Virginia, where I actually began my professional career as a college counselor and advisor working closely with many first-generation college students. Through this role, I was able to personally see how education provides students with life-changing opportunities. Secretary McMahon, you have taken charge of the Department of Education at a critical time for our nation's students. According to the latest National Assessment of Educational Progress scores, students have still not recovered from pandemic-related school closures. National scores on math and reading are worse than pre-pandemic levels in all tested grades, and in reading, students' scores continue to decline. A third of 8th graders are not even reading at basic level, and that, I think you would agree, all of us would agree, is unacceptable. We know that throwing more money at the problem will not lead to a solution. These devastating declines in achievement are in spite of almost $190 billion.
Linda, I have some skincare you might want to think about.
For elementary and secondary
Just hit me up,
education
girl.
during the pandemic. Federal education spending at a minimum should be focused on ensuring that Americans' children can read and write at a basic level. This is critical not only for children to flourish, but also for us as a nation to be competitive. That's why I strongly believe that federal education spending should support states and policies that afford kids the greatest opportunity to learn and achieve academically. Education decisions should be made by those closest to our students, those who know what they need to succeed. That is local schools, local teachers, local school boards, and most importantly, local parents who are right there with their students. Formula grant programs like Title I, IDEA, and career and technical education provide the crucial flexibility that states and local communities need to best meet the needs of all students. And I look forward to continuing to support these key programs in fiscal year 2026.
Yes.
Madam Secretary, I'm pleased that your budget proposes to increase another important
Marjorie, your
program,
car
charter
alarm's
school
going
program.
off on your golf
While West
cart.
Virginia is fairly new to offering charter school education, we are already seeing promising results and expanded opportunities for our public school students. For example, the Wynn Academy in Bridge Valley, at Bridge Valley Community and Technical College, is an early college charter high school designed to provide a free, accelerated, dynamic degree program for juniors and seniors in the Kanawha Valley. The school was started to help local hospitals address the severe shortage in nursing, and has been so successful that it has already been expanded to include an advanced manufacturing track in partnership with Toyota. Students are enrolled in the college and graduate
sounds
from
cool.
high school, ready to start their careers in high-need, well-paying jobs. The school is meeting the intent of other charter schools, using the flexibility they are granted to offer innovative learning opportunities to benefit students. With the additional funding for charter schools proposed in your budgets, I know that many more students across the country would benefit from opportunities like the West Virginia Wynn Academy.
Wait till you hear what she
Secretary
wants
McMahon, this
those
is a
charter schools to
pivotal time
do.
for our nation's student loan borrowers. Borrowers have been forced to navigate an exceptionally confusing 4 years full of bad advice and unfair promises of illegal loan forgiveness from the prior administration.
Oh, stop
And as a
yourself.
result, 1 in 4 student loan borrowers is either in default or on a late stage of delinquency on their loans as of the beginning of May. And only 38% of
cunts.
borrowers are actually in repayment and current on their student loans. After years of confusion, the department must work to restore trust with borrowers by providing clear and consistent information about repayment. Student loan borrowers deserve that clarity in order to fulfill their obligations to repay their loans. I'm grateful that under your leadership, the department has begun the difficult task of getting borrowers
Oh, is
back
it,
on
Lo?
the path to repayment.
So sorry.
I look forward to your continued progress. Secretary McMahon, the fiscal year 2026 appropriations process will be challenging, but I look forward to working with you to responsibly allocate our limited taxpayers' resources to programs that help provide the best opportunity for high-quality education for all students. Thank you again for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony.
Okay, that's
Now I'll
maxed
return to
out,
Senator
so we'll
Baldwin
see
for
if
opening
that
statement.
works.
Thank you.
Oopsie.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Capito. And Secretary McMahon, thank you for being here today. We're here to talk about the President's fiscal year 2026 budget request for the Department of Education. And I look forward to working with Chair Capito and all the members of this committee on developing a fiscal year 2026 appropriations bill that funds the Department of Education. But before we can turn to the next fiscal year, 2026, the department is still refusing to tell Congress and the American public how it is spending billions of taxpayer dollars this fiscal year. The department was required to submit an operating plan last month detailing how it was spending fiscal year 2025 appropriated funding, and it included $13 billion in funding it characterized as unallocated. That's flatly unprecedented and unacceptable. This committee needs to know how you're planning to spend appropriated funding, and our constituents certainly deserve to know how their taxpayer dollars are being spent. State and school districts need to know how much federal funding they should expect to receive starting in less than 1 month. This administration obviously doesn't agree. Ironically, the budget request for next fiscal year includes more detail than the spend plan for this year. The lack of transparency combined with this budget request raises serious questions about what are you trying to hide and why.
Pepper, it's so good to
This
see
all
you.
stems in part,
My
Madam
sister.
Secretary, because this administration seems focused above all else on dismantling the Department of Education to score political points. Regardless of the impact on tens of millions of students.
She doesn't care
including
about political
some
points. She just wants to.
800,000 public
She's
school
just doing
students
what she's
in the
being
state
told
of
to do.
Wisconsin. Even issues I think we would agree are priorities, such as expanding career and technical education opportunities for students, will be undermined by this administration in the name of eliminating the department. I am very concerned by reports that you are trying to move career and technical education programs to the Department of Labor against mandates from Congress, and in a way that could harm students who participate in these vital programs. There's simply no reason to take this administration at its word.
Well, that's funny because
when
the
its
Department of
actions
Labor just
tell
testified
a
that they're
different
cutting
story.
that program.
It has shown time and again, the more forcefully it says one thing, the more it is doing the opposite. So, Madam Secretary, you claim the administration's goal of eliminating the department is about returning education to the states. At the same time, this administration is attempting to exert more control than ever over the decisions in our schools and campuses. This includes demanding that
J-Rams.
states
Aw,
certify
it's so
that
good
they
to
are
see
not
everybody.
implementing DEI, which the department purposefully left vague so it could cut off funding whenever it chooses. The department has reversed billions of approved spending extensions with the assertion that the department could pick and choose which congressionally authorized spending
Yeah.
to approve or not.
Hello,
And it
that
includes
part.
unprecedented assault
That part.
on some of our college campuses to exert control over their classrooms and their daily operations. You claim eliminating the department is not about cutting funding, but giving more flexibility to states and schools. But at the same time, you are proposing a budget that would cut $12 billion from funding that supports
Excellent
students
question,
and
Jim.
educators. This proposal would eliminate dedicated funding for evidence-based literacy instruction.
Because rich
support
people
for
protect
homeless
each other.
students, and rural
At the end of the
schools.
day, I just said
Proposal
it.
would cut billions from programs that states and school districts
Were you watching The
can
Space last
already
night?
flexibly
Cool.
use to meet
thought it was a great
pressing
space.
needs. And in place of eliminating all
Hi,
these
oh,
programs,
Scott,
the budget
hi.
proposes a block grant, a quarter of the size of the program that it replaces. The budget proposes to cut more than
Oh, my
$500 billion
God.
from education research and statistics, virtually shutting down production of and support for using evidence to improve student achievement. You are proposing to eliminate programs that support non-traditional students in higher education, including TRIO, Gear Up, and See Campus. And you are proposing to drastically reduce the maximum Pell Grant award.
Oh,
by
yeah.
over
Thanks, Oren. That's
$1,700,
right. I did see
which
that.
have a
That was so
devastating
sweet.
consequence for our nation's lowest income students, including those looking to acquire new skills to meet the needs of local employers and in-demand industries. The math is simple. This budget significantly cuts federal education funding. This issue isn't just what's being proposed in this budget request, but what the department is doing right now. Last month, the department decided to not continue $1 billion in multi-year grants that were improving access to mental health care in schools. This includes funding provided on a bipartisan basis in response to the Uvalde school shooting that took the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers while injuring 17 others. Madam Secretary, a recent survey revealed more than a third of Wisconsin's high school students reported feeling depressed, sad, or hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks or more in a row. We need to be providing more mental health support for our students, not less. The department claims that these grants were not in the federal government's interest. I repeat that. The department claims these grants were not in the federal government's interest, but refuses to provide specific reasons why they weren't continued. This funding isn't simply numbers on a spreadsheet or receipts for a website. This was more than 200 grants in nearly 40 states actively being used to increase the number of counselors and mental health professionals in schools. That's how this administration defines providing more flexibility to schools, by pulling the rug out from under them.
It's maxed out, but let me see if I can find a better audio.
Health needs of students. Finally, Madam Secretary, while this administration clearly wants to eliminate the Department of Education, Congress has not passed any law to do so. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Did that change at all? Did her volume
passed
improve?
An appropriations bill that provided funding to the Department of Education to carry out specific education laws. All laws that passed Congress with overwhelming bipartisan support, and that direct the Secretary of Education to carry out specific activities to help ensure every student receives a high-quality education.
Give her opening statement.
I'm deeply concerned that you are planning.
Okay, I think this one is louder. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it over here. Are we behind? Oh my gosh, we're behind. We are behind. Okay.
First, and then I'll turn to the chair. Thank you. Welcome, Secretary.
Is that better?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Capito, Ranking Member Baldwin,
Whoa!
and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for having me today to represent the goal I share with my boss, President Trump, to responsibly eliminate the federal bureaucracy, cut waste, and give education back to states, parents, and educators. With your partnership, the fiscal 26 budget will take a significant step toward that goal. We seek to shrink federal bureaucracy, save taxpayer money, and empower states who best know their local needs to manage their education in this country. We have reviewed our programs and identified spending that does not fulfill the mandate of trust the American people have placed with President Trump. We have cut old contracts that waste enriching private parties at taxpayer expense, suspended grants for illegal DEI programs, and now are putting forward a responsible budget request that reduces department funding by more than 15%. At the same time, we're working to make American education great again. In our conversations with governors, teachers, and parents across the country, we hear calls for accountability and more local control. That's our goal, to give parents access to the quality education their kids deserve, to fix the broken higher education industry that has misled students into degrees that don't pay off, and to create safe learning environments. We're holding institutions to account when they facilitate discriminatory or hostile environments on campus. A level playing field with limitless opportunity, I think, is a vision that we all can share. Our budget reflects this vision. Its cuts reflect a bureaucracy that is getting out of the way, and its continuations and increases represent smart spending that will help improve student achievement and not serve bureaucratic interests. Our goal is clear: make education better, fairer, and more accountable by ending federal overreach and empowering families, schools, and states who best know the needs of their students. I'm eager to partner with you to make the vision of the future a reality and to ensure every child is part of it. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And I'll turn to the chair of the full committee, Senator Collins
ma'am.
from Maine.
Hold on.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, let me first welcome you to the committee. I know that you care deeply about our students. We may have different views on how to best achieve the goals that we share, but I do not question for a moment your deep commitment to education and our nation's students. I've been very concerned that we've seen a drop in performance by our students that occurred since the COVID unwise closures and prolonged closures and continued in the Biden administration, and that's something that should concern us all. I'd like to turn to the TRIO programs, like Upward Bound. That's an issue that you and I have discussed. From my experience in Maine, I have seen the lives of countless first-generation and low-income students, not only in Maine, but across the country, who often face barriers to accessing a college education changed by the TRIO program. I'm actually wearing my Maine TRIO pin today, just to emphasize my support for that program. In fact, 3 of my own staff members went through the TRIO program and tell me that they would not have pursued higher education but for the support and confidence that the TRIO program gave them. The president's budget, unfortunately, in my view, proposes to eliminate the TRIO programs. And as co-chair of the Congressional TRIO Caucus, I strongly disagree with the president's proposal. Could you explain why the administration has decided that TRIO programs are not worth the investment that they make in people's lives and the robust bipartisan support that they enjoy due to their success?
Want me to answer now?
Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know that these programs are very near and dear to your heart. We have had at least 2 pretty lengthy conversations about them. And TRIO will be funded through the end of this year. So all those funds will go out. But it is not proposed to continue in the 2026 budget. What we found is the programs, while I absolutely agree that there is some effectiveness of the programs in many circumstances, these programs were negotiated at very tough terms, in that the Department of Education has no ability to go in and look at the accountability of TRIO programs. It specifically eliminates our ability to do that. And I just think that we aren't able to see the effectiveness across the board that we would normally look to see with our federal spending. So while there are, I think, many instances, and I believe also that Chairman Capito even worked in TRIO for a while in her earlier years, I do think there is effectiveness of many programs that I'm just not sure the total expenditure warrants. I do know, however, that Congress does control the purse strings, and I would sincerely hope that if you decide with appropriations to continue these programs, that we could work with you to renegotiate those terms that we feel kind of hamstrung the Department of Education and not being able to fully understand their accountability. That's a real drawback in these programs, and I think all of us would agree we want to make sure that anything that we are funding, we can attach accountabilities to it.
Well, as with the Job Corps program in the Department of Labor, I think the answer is to reform and strengthen those programs, fix what's wrong, increase accountability, not abolish them. And I look forward to working with you in that regard. I want to move to another issue, and that is a bill that Senator Kaine and I've introduced called the Jobs Act. What it does is allow students to access federal Pell Grants to pay for shorter-term job training programs. A lot of times you can get a license in a trade to become an electrician or welder, for example, or a certified nursing assistant without going through a 2-year community college program. That may be the best option for some people. It isn't for others. Would you support the concept of allowing Pell Grants to be used for short-term training programs that result in a license or a certification for a job?
Well, you're really speaking my language, Senator, and thank you very much for that. I wholeheartedly support these workforce Pell Grant options because I've seen in many instances, I mean, we have 8 million open jobs in our country. Our workforce is definitely not being fulfilled by, by the proper workers. So let's get these young people who don't need a 4-year college education into the workforce sooner. I'm in agreement that even when they're in high school, we should start these programs, in high school leading into apprenticeship programs. But the workforce Pell programs, the short term you're talking about, I also think they can be stacked in credentials so that you can really propel yourself into be a stronger economic contributor. So I'm all for those.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary McMahon, during your confirmation hearing, when asked about spending appropriated funding, you said, quote, if they have been appropriated by Congress, those funds should be disseminated, close quote. You also said that eliminating the department is not about cutting federal funding for schools. Now we have a budget request that significantly cuts funding for public schools, students, and educators. Now, a few days ago, the OMB director said that impoundment is still on the table, threatening to take funding away this year. And we have your spending plan for this year that still leaves more than $8 billion, in your own words, unallocated. Not spending these funds is the administration making a decision not to invest in our children, and that decision has real consequences. What you consider unallocated for this year includes $1.3 billion for before and after school programs, which supports programs for thousands of students in Wisconsin in approximately 150 locations throughout the state. And over $2 billion to support effective teachers, of which an estimated $23 million would provide evidence-based professional learning for educators and help address gaps in access to effective teachers in Wisconsin. Are you going to allocate all of the funding Congress appropriated for students and schools in Wisconsin and across the country this year?
Well, Senator Baldwin, thank you very much for that question. And I understand your concerns. What we have done in putting forward our operating plan, the first operating plan to show where we were making allocations, and then followed up with the second operating plan.
This isn't a nuanced question. Congress passed a law appropriating this funding. You said in your confirmation hearing that you would spend funding Congress appropriated. If the answer isn't simply yes, based on all of the evidence before us, that leads me to believe that you are planning to withhold funding and shortchange schools, students, and families across America.
Well, we're going to continue to look at the allocations, and we'd like to work with you as we continue to evaluate those programs.
We passed a continuing resolution that appropriated funding, and you said earlier that you were going to spend it as appropriated as is signed into law. So I'm going to move on. Secretary McMahon, when we met before your confirmation hearing, you told me that our students' mental health was a priority for you. Yet you recently decided to discontinue mental health grants that Congress authorized and funded on a bipartisan basis because you determined, quote, they were not in the best interest of the federal government, close quote, which makes me wonder what changed since our conversation. Your operating plan for fiscal year 2025 describes this funding as unallocated this year. Your budget request for next year proposes eliminating this funding. Secretary McMahon, do you believe increasing access to mental health supports for students is not in the best interest of the federal government?
We're not looking to eliminate this funding. We are simply continuing the funding, but will allow the states to rebid on the competitive grant basis. And we're evaluating those programs across states. I think that a governor in a state or the local superintendent or the health care professionals that are working in that state have the best opportunity in looking at what is happening in their areas to make those requests for those grants. And so that's what we're looking at.
Secretary McMahon, the grant that you discontinued for the Wisconsin
bitch?
Department of Public Instruction
Give me a
was
break.
being used to expand access to mental health care for students. We're talking about more counselors and mental health professionals in schools. Why did you cut off funding for this grant and take away this help for Wisconsin students in schools?
Well, because I think we have to look at it across the board, Senator, and the goal really is to make sure that the money is being
That's
spent
why
in
they
the best,
allocated
in the
money.
best
What
places
about
for the best
training
professionals.
new school like what you chose to discontinue at Alverno College in Wisconsin? Do you think that's also not in the best interest of the federal government?
I believe there are a lot of programs that are in the best interest of the government, but the states and the local areas, I think, are the best place where we need to concentrate, for these particular programs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make grant requests.
Madam Chair.
You stupid cow.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to add
There's
my
already
voice of
people
concern with
doing that.
Senator Collins, and you and I have talked about this.
Some probably
on the
do it better
zeroing
than
out, the
others.
elimination of the TRIO and Gear Up programs. You mentioned that I actually did work in one of these programs many years ago. But
Hey,
my
Jane,
state and many of
welcome
our
back.
states,
I'm
but
sorry,
mine in
having
particular, I think, has a lot of first-time college goers, a lot of students that don't have the aspirational goals either within their family, or they're not looking at how they can achieve education or a certificate or whatever, and that's where I think these programs have been particularly useful. So I would encourage that we look at this again, and we certainly will as a committee, because all of us have this issue within our states in terms of that first-time college goer or
Wow, this
student
is
that
just so
that really
fucking
needs the extra push, the
disingenuous.
camaraderie, the community. That a lot of these, I've gone to their graduations
Well,
and been their
sorry,
speaker,
Capito,
and
that's your party.
it's
You
really
break
quite
it, you
delightful
bought it,
to
bitch.
see how far they've come in a short
Use your
period of
fucking
time. So I'm going to
power,
move
you
on from
cow.
that question. I want to ask on anti-Semitism. I am. The morning before our education, last year, there were protesters at Columbia University. I asked the then secretary, how many people from the Office of Civil Rights have you had actually on the campus to see what's occurring there, to see what kind of violation of civil rights might be occurring on the Columbia University campus. And apparently there was nobody there from the Office of Civil Rights.
Oh, well,
Your budget
let me tell you
proposes
about the
to
civil rights
decrease
being,
the Office of Civil Rights. How
trampled
are you?
on.
This is not a problem that's going away
Capito.
on our college campuses. We see it
What's your APAC money?
now.
Let's just
Now we've
check.
got a little bit of a break. It's the summer. How are you going to make sure that the department is taking to ensure that all students, and in this particular case, Jewish students, are able to learn in an environment free from intimidation?
Well, thank you very much, Senator Capito. I think it is pretty evident from the actions that we have taken relative to Columbia and looking into Harvard as well, and fulfilling the promise that President Trump made when he was campaigning that he would not tolerate anti-Semitism on our campuses or discrimination of any kind. So I have personally met with first Katrina Armstrong, who was the president of Columbia when the first issue was addressed, and now with the second, Claire Shipman, who is there now. We've talked about the
Well,
issues
she's actually pretty
on
low
Columbia's
on,
campuses,
through
and we have
2024
worked with them,
on
I
open
believe, in
secrets.
how we
Capito has
can
received
solve some of these
$150,050 from
issues. They have to
APAC.
set their policies and their priorities, and they have to enforce them. They can't allow encampments on campuses. They can't allow students to come on dressed with masks so that you can't identify these students. I think they have to also vet the students who are coming in better to see what kind of backgrounds that they have. Even professors who come on campuses, or are they teaching
Shut the fuck
ideology
up,
or more
Linda.
in subjects. So
Go back to
I
wrestling,
personally
you
have done this
stupid
in
ass.
conversations with these presidents, with other presidents of universities, to understand what their policies are. Our Office of Civil Rights has opened many cases looking at anti-Semitism, and we are actively enforcing that, as well as we have
They're not enforcing anything
defunded
else,
some
just so
of
you know. They're just
Columbia's
enforcing
programs,
the
$400
anti-Semitism.
million there, and about $2.2 billion
And
with
I
Harvard.
would-
We're saying we mean business. These programs and policies have to have teeth. They have to be enforced. No student should have to go on campus and be afraid to go to
Really?
class.
Oh,
Right.
because
Well,
guess what,
I
bitch?
agree with
There's a
the
bunch
substance
of
of what you're
people that
saying.
are
My
afraid to go
concern
to
is
class.
by cutting so much out of that particular,
hate
you're
these
one
people so
person.
much.
You need the support and the backup of that
Capital,
office to be
go
able to
fuck
investigate
yourself.
these cases. So I'll leave it at that. Let's talk about literacy, because I mentioned it in my opening statement. These test scores are very troubling, I think. And you want to try to figure out how do we attribute to this? It's not like there's not great teachers everywhere all around this country trying to figure out how to get their students' achievement moving up in the right direction. I will say this, my state of West Virginia, the state legislature, in recognizing this, did allocate additional funds for reading teachers in the very early, grades 1 through 3 to try to move our scores up, because we have traditionally lower scores. We did actually that did make a difference. Having that extra teacher in the classroom where you can pull a child aside, give them that one-on-one attention, really does make a difference. How is the budget that you've put together, is the answer to push it down to the states so that they can make those differences with our literacy and our math scores that we're falling behind? I think it's a chief concern.
Well, certainly, I think.
How are you going to do that when you
just
cut the
what you
data
were talking
collection?
about at your state level? You put an extra teacher in the classroom because you recognize the need there. I think that will make an incredible difference. There have been a lot of programs that have been tried to make sure that we could help students to read, and they've not worked. But what we are
This
seeing in
bitch knows
states
nothing
that
about
are doing
pedagogy,
programs
okay?
now that
Zero.
are returning to the science of reading. We saw it in Louisiana in the PASNAPE scores. We have seen it in Mississippi. We've seen it in Iowa. The children that are learning to read and can read by the end of 3rd grade are those that have the greatest opportunity for success. Up until 3rd grade, we
That's
read to
it,
learn,
Max,
and
right
after
there.
that, we learn. I mean, we learn to read up through 3rd grade, and then we read to learn after that.
Right. Thank you. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and welcome, Madam Secretary. Since you're the Secretary of Education, I think it's maybe appropriate that we start questioning with a pop quiz. Are you ready?
I never have liked pop quizzes.
I never have either, but I'm going to give you the answers ahead of time. The answers are 8 and 30. 8 and 30. Remember those two numbers. What percentage of high school students in America attend for-profit colleges and universities?
8%.
8%, perfect. What percentage of student loan defaults in America come from students in for-profit colleges and universities?
Must be 30.
It is. Great, you just aced the test. But the problem is that the difficulty these students face becomes a lifetime problem. Imagine, if you will, first-generation college student trying to pick a place to go to school, inundated in high school with glossy brochures for for-profit colleges and universities which promise the sun, the moon, and the stars. The student goes and learns that there are Pell Grants available through for-profit colleges and universities. They hear the promises that if they just attend this school and graduate, there's going to be a good paying job at the end of the rainbow. And it turns out it's all phony. Over and over again, these students are being deluded and deceived. There's much more scam than there is scholarship. There's more hype than there is higher education. So most of them, or at least 30% of them, end up with loans they can't pay back. They never see that job that was promised to them. But they've got one last place to turn to try to get their lives back on track. I've met a lot of these students. Have you met any of them?
I have.
I have seen their stories and heard their stories from them living in their parents' basement because of student loan debt and no college diploma, or a worthless one from some for-profit colleges and universities. You have a department within the Department of Education for borrower defense. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell me what you understand the borrower defense law to promise?
Well, first of all, I'd like to address how we started the conversation, not the percentages. But this is an issue, sir, that is, I think you well know, is not just relative to for-profit universities. We have many of our universities today that are promising degrees and jobs which are not being fulfilled, even those from very prestigious and elite universities. The cost of college today is so incredibly high that we have many students who are graduating thinking that they were going to have a job, that they'd be able to repay their loan. But the cost of those loans are so high that even if they get that job, it may not, over the course of their lifetime, would be able to repay that loan. So one of the things that we have proposed, and looking at our FAFSA application forms, is providing information even on FAFSA that would indicate to a student who is applying for a student loan, hey, take a look at this. This is the college you're going to. This is the job that you want, and this is about how much money this job can pay. And is this college the right place for you? Are these courses the right place for you to take? So let's give up front a little more information so that they actually have an understanding of what their opportunity in the marketplace can be.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I want to reclaim my time since it's very limited. The point that I'm making is there is one brand of college and university that is particularly egregious when it comes to deceiving these students. It's for-profit colleges and universities. 8% of high school grads, 30% of student loan defaults in that category alone. It stands out from all the rest. The point I'm getting to is you're hollowing out the borrower defense agency within your own department. This is supposed to be the rescue for these students to finally get back on track and maybe go to a good school one way or the other. Why would you hollow out the resources there and the people that are enforcing the borrower defense rule when we have these terrible numbers of exploitation of students?
Well, and my point is that we shouldn't just focus on those schools. I do know that I totally agree with you. There are some scam universities out there.
Well, why would you hollow out the people who are supposed to enforce it?
Because I think we're putting other measures in place. But the scam...
Give me an idea what you're putting in place that's better than the borrower defense rule.
Well, we just talked a little bit about FAFSA. It's the education up front so that...
I'm talking about the victims, the ones who are already victims. They're in debt by tens of thousands of dollars. They're living in their parents' basement. They have no place to turn. And you're telling me the FAFSA form application is going to help them? How can it help them?
And that's not in place yet, but I think that's going to be very, very helpful. Here's the other thing. Where are our guidance counselors in high schools? Who are they talking to?
I think we're finding
I think that they need to be totally informed, and I think they need to be...
You're cutting the number of counselors in these schools at the same time.
Well, the counselors that are doing their jobs can provide information to these students.
There aren't enough of them. That's the point I'm making.
There aren't enough.
And the situation is terrible for these students. First-generation students who are being exploited by these schools, they need your protection. They need our protection. They deserve it. They're doing the right thing. And unfortunately, you're reducing the number of people to enforce the law. I yield, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kennedy.
Madam Secretary, I want to welcome, by the way, I want to ask you about the TRIO program that has been mentioned, and its sister program, Gear Up. We spend $1.858 billion a year on TRIO.
Yes.
That's $1,580 million a year. Is my math right?
I think that's right, sir.
And how long have we been spending $1,580 million a year on this program?
I'm not sure the total length of time of the program.
1,580 million?
More than 10 years?
1,580 million.
So
I mean, I
that's
understand it, but...
Over $1 trillion we've spent on this program. And in this program, this $1 trillion we've spent, we give this money, as I appreciate it, to colleges and universities to encourage poor kids to go to college.
He's invoking
Is
his
that right?
inner Jesse Helms with his seersucker suit.
To provide some of those kids who have not yet been exposed to what it takes to get ready to go to college.
Okay. To encourage poor kids to go to college, right?
Yes.
Okay. And given that we've spent $1 trillion, how many poor kids who otherwise wouldn't have gone to college have gone to college and graduated?
A significant number, I would imagine.
How many?
I don't know exactly.
Isn't that a question we should ask?
I think so, and I'll be happy to get back to you with that answer.
What?
You know, the other thing about
But wait, Madam Secretary, I'm not fussing at you.
What? Wait, what?
Do we have that number?
I don't think so.
Yes, you
we
do.
don't have it.
I don't think so, because there is the...
Well, if we were, so we've spent $1 trillion.
This is a
And
lie.
we've given this money to universities.
This is a lie. I did this work. There is absolutely data points on all of these programs, on each individual dollar that goes down to the school level. That school is reporting that those program managers within those programs are reporting on the data. It's a whole fucking thing. This just galls me. These are lies.
And they're supposed to encourage poor kids to go to college. But we don't know
Oh my God.
how many poor kids went to college who otherwise wouldn't have gone to college and graduated, right?
Correct.
Well, what do
She
your
just said
audits
she'd
show?
go get you the number.
Well, that's the issue, and I mentioned it when I was
Are you able to audit?
We're not. We're not able
That's
to
not
audit, and there are
true.
constraints against the TRIO program for its accountability. The other issue with...
Well, but I'm sorry to cut you off, but I don't have much time. So we spent $1 trillion. We gave it to the colleges. We said encourage poor kids to go to college.
I'm not even going to listen to him. I'm going to let him just talk into the void. I'm just going to let him talk into the void. Because this is disinformation. That's why. Actually, Max, you're absolutely right. It's the so much of this this administration and their donor class are fully investing in AI to fill all of the gaps that they perceive can be filled. They don't give a shit if poor kids go to college. They don't care. It's just not. It's not true. It's not true. This is all KFAB. This is all a bunch of bullshit. And they just because they do. There is definitely a solution they see using AI to just kind of create the workforce that they need. That's the key. Is that investing in the workforce that they need versus what the workforce needs is what this is all about. It doesn't matter. They can sit there and say out of one side of their mouth, wow, it's really important that we have high school counselors. And then in the same breath say, and we're cutting all the funding. We're cutting, 60% of the funding for school counseling staff. That's it's just this is mind blowing. It's mind blowing how we're just letting it happen. We're just letting it happen. It's just Tuesday. That's all. Tuesday. I hope the Senate does their job. I hope they don't pass this bill as it is. It is really a tremendous blow. Good morning, gal. Sorry, I'm speaking over Foghorn Leghorn because I can't listen to the lies that they don't have any data about college achievement programs. When I know personally at great pain, I mean, I've cried over the data. I've cried over trying to generate data and find data and, do the reporting. There's a lot. I mean, probably 30% of my job was data collection and analysis as an executive director for a charter school. I mean, it was like definitely 30% of my job, at least. Anyway, all right, sorry. The Democrat will.
I had said at the very beginning I would look forward.
You're
I would look forward.
You're not proposing the audit. You're proposing to essentially constrain the program, put it into a block grant, and without any request for audit language, which would come from the United States Senate.
Well, that's exactly what I would request.
Well, why don't
if
you
the
request
program goes
that,
first.
Secretary?
Yes, I would like to do that. If Congress is going to appropriate again money for the TRIO programs, then I would like to work with Congress, and part of that
But
would
you didn't
be
ask
auditing.
for it,
We
Blanche.
found that about 92% of the TRIO funds go to the same people all of the time, the same institutions.
That could indeed imply an audit necessary, but it doesn't validate
It doesn't mean
the
it's not an absolute
budgetary approach you're taking.
Jesus
You're taking
Christ.
basically many programs, combining them into from $8 billion total to $2 billion to a block grant. Now, in Washington, the block grant is the slow path to extinction because next year the request will be for probably $8 billion. And 4 or 5 years from now, when the request is still $8 billion, the cost will far exceed that. That's sort of budgeting 101. So you're really out to eliminate these programs, I think, not to make them more efficient.
That's not true. I disagree with that.
Well,
there are some budget
prove us
cuts,
wrong.
but what we're asking for is a simplified funding measure, which will be a single grant funding to the states for them to use in the best way possible to make sure their education is working better.
With what constraints?
However,
with what
the other
audit?
side of that, if I may, sir, is that we are
fuck?
reducing the regulatory burden. Do you
ridiculous.
know that 47 cents of every dollar that goes into a school, teachers spend complying with regulations? So if we can take away that regulatory burden, yes, while there are some cuts in the cost of funding, we still give the opportunity to have more dollars because we're reducing the regulatory burden.
But let me understand this. You're very enthusiastic about an audit, but the regulatory burden is so crippling. An audit would impose more requirements on the schools. I just think you're coming and going, and we're not making progress. The cut to these programs is profound.
Oh, boy.
$6 billion. And the states are not going to step up and say, we can do this. I'll tell you why. Because if this budget
already
passed,
overstretched.
every state in this country is going to make a difficult decision. Do I save my health care system or do I save my public education system? Many of them can't do both.
And the public education system will be undermined by the voucher
will be a profound
system.
shock to the education
That's going to
systems around
be
the country.
so there isn't going to be enough students in a public school setting for it to be viable.
Well, what we have found,
Have you ever taken public assistance?
Have I ever taken public assistance? No, sir.
No?
No.
Not at all?
No.
No, sir.
Well, many people do. And they need that support to get ahead. And education is a key mechanism to go ahead. I'm over my, no, I still have some time. To get ahead. And it's remarkable. I think, this all sort of started with the GI Bill, when a generation of Americans got to education who never could get before. And then Senator Pell, my colleague, sort of saw that model and increased it. By the way, you're also decreasing the Pell Grants. You're shrinking educational opportunity in the United States. for a whole generation and more, and also shrinking our ability to compete internationally and globally, because I don't think the Chinese will slack off in their investments in education.
Count as public assistance.
Senator, I appreciate your comments. However, we have spent $3 trillion since 1980 on education in our country when this department was set up, and our scores have continued to go down. We are not doing something right. And your numbers are a little bit off.
So you know what? Throw that baby out with the bathwater.
But it's about a $4.5 billion cut, not $8 billion cut.
Well, it's a significant cut. And
to be more responsible.
This is so ridiculous.
To be more responsible, your responsibility amounts to just surrendering.
Sorry, sir?
Surrendering. We have this crisis in education,
So
and literacy, all these factors. What we're going to do is pull back, let the states do it.
Yeah.
No, we'll spend it more responsibly.
I doubt it very seriously.
With what oversight, you
well,
cunt?
hope, as someone said, is not a plan.
Yeah,
Thank
hope
you.
is not a plan.
All right, Senator Britt.
This is gross.
Madam Secretary, thank you so much for being here today. I want to start with talking about HBCUs. So Alabama has more HBCUs than any other state in the nation. We are proud of the work that is done on those campuses. We know that it helps strengthen student experience, our workforce, our communities, and our future. So if you look across coast to coast, there are about 285,000 individuals that are attending HBCUs, and the Strengthening HBCU program has about $300 million annually allocated to supporting the operations and student services and academic infrastructure. So can you walk us through in the President's FY26 budget kind of what you have put in place to continuing to make sure that our HBCUs can thrive and provide that educational opportunity for so many students that otherwise wouldn't have it?
Well, in a word or in a very short sentence, we are continuing the education support and the budget support that have been for
Somebody win an Emmy
HBCUs.
behind her?
It's one of
Is that
the
an Emmy?
promises that the president made.
Is this an Emmy over
that's
here?
exactly what we're
Like,
going to
is this an
continue
Emmy
to do.
right here?
Good, and will you make sure that there are guardrails put up to whether it's
Somebody bring their Emmy?
assistance for grant administration or technical assistance that those
Monday
remain
Night
in
Raw?
place?
Yes.
Is that
Excellent.
what that's for?
So you just mentioned that when this department was founded, you said since
WrestleMania,
1980, we've had spent about $3 trillion, but yet student scores have not improved. One of the reasons I ran for the Senate is I want the unseen to be seen.
Is it
I
Golden
want to
Globe?
close the
Is that
gap
what it
between
is?
the have and have-nots, and that is why I am so excited and thrilled about your support and commitment to educational freedom and opportunity. When you look at a state like Alabama, we have the Alabama Accountability Act, and we're working
so
to
much
help
about education, I have
families
to refer to my
better
notes.
have access to educational opportunities through scholarship,
what a
tuition, and
program
tax
is.
credits. But we know that the demand far outpaces the actual supply. So in your FY26 budget for charter school programs, you've taken it to $500 million, which is a $60 million increase.
I've got a couple. Let's
Thank
go
you.
through my wrestling.
question to
Here we
you
go.
is
This
can
is
you
for
walk
you,
us through
Linda.
how these funds will be used to expand options, particularly in rural communities and underserved communities? So when we work to close that gap, these parents have an opportunity and a choice for their child.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Brett. It's very important to the president that all students have equal access to a quality education.
That's right.
And one of the things that he has said time after time is that no child should be trapped in a failing school, which is one of the reasons why he wanted to expand the amount of dollars for charter schools. And I have visited several charter schools and public schools too, already around the country. We can see how innovative that they are being, how creative they are being, with their curriculum, with their content. They are, in most instances, they are outperforming the public schools in that area, in which when I talked to Governor Reynolds, I said, there's always concern. You have charter schools or freedom of, or choice for schools that public schools will go down. And she said, it's just the opposite in Iowa. She said, our public school levels are coming up. The competition is really great. Parents are more involved, and that's one of the requirements. Parents are understanding more that they need to be part of the school board or help to elect the school board members. They're attending the meetings, more conferences with teachers, understanding what it is that their child needs in their community to be successful. to go on for their education.
Absolutely. And I am a public school kid, and I am really proud of it.
So am I.
And I want to make sure that where we have children who are trapped in a failing school, that they have an option and an opportunity and a pathway forward, because education is the great equalizer. As our colleague Tim Scott always says, it is the closest thing to magic that we have in America. So thank you so much for continuing to be committed to making sure that every child has that opportunity to thrive and grow. In my last minute, I want to talk to you a little bit about literacy. Thank you for your commitment to that. I want to understand kind of what your vision is, and I also want to add Alabama to the list of success stories. So we passed in 2019 the Alabama Literacy Act. Since that time period, we have seen significant growth in our numbers and proficiency amongst our third and fourth graders. For instance, Alabama's national ranking for fourth grade reading improved from 49th in the nation when we actually, the year that we put this into place, 5 years later, we've moved up to 34. We believe with intentionality and evidence-based reading instruction and early intervention, you can make a difference that changes a child's pathway forward and opportunity that will be in front of them. So just want to talk a little bit about that. If you can tell me what your plans are there and how we can continue to support great work that's being done in states like Alabama.
Evidence-based literacy is number one on my priority list. And I want to make sure that we are providing the information and the tools, to states for them to see the success that other states have had. I mean, other governors, just like you said in Alabama, have put in place.
Okay, here we go.
Kind of a return to basics. And that's what I want to continue to see across the country.
We saw a 9-point tick up between 2003 and 2023 and 2024. Obviously, we have a ways to go, and we're going to continue to be committed to that. But thank you for your commitment to making sure these programs thrive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Secretary McMahon.
Thank you.
Give it to her, Jean.
In your testimony, you said that your goal is to make education better, fairer, and more accountable. I think that's something that everyone on this committee could agree with. It's one of the reasons I support the TRIO programs. And I would like to align myself with the statements of Chair Capito and Chair Collins. And I can tell you that in New Hampshire, for the 2024 and 2025 school year, we had 1,468 students who were served by Upward Bound, of which 96% graduated from high school and 87% enrolled in college. 812 college students served, of which nearly 80% graduated with bachelor's degrees within 6 years. So I would say if there is a problem with accountability, let's address that, and I think the TRIO programs keep that information. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, because this is making a difference for students who otherwise would not be able to go to graduate from high school, to get into college, and to have a better future. I've seen it firsthand, like Chair Capito. When I worked at the University of New Hampshire, I had an Upward Bound student who worked with me. She never would have been in college without that program. So I've seen it firsthand. I know how it works, and I would urge you to reassess whether eliminating those programs is the best way to help those students have a better future.
Clearly it isn't, Jean.
I also want to ask you about a particular issue that we're having in the Mascoma Valley School District in New Hampshire. As you know, schools across New Hampshire and the country have really been challenged by the pandemic, have been trying to get back to some of the successes that happened before that pandemic. And the school district, the Mascoma Valley School District, which is in a rural part of New Hampshire, completed a project to improve ventilation at 2 elementary schools for the student safety. It was a real problem with the HVAC system in ensuring that the students could be safe at school. The school district was approved for late liquidation after facing challenges with finding contractors to do the work. The school district completed the project with the assurance from the federal government that the cost would be reimbursed. Unfortunately, in May, the department denied their reimbursement, even though the school district had followed the rules and had previously received approval from the department. Secretary McMahon, will you work with me to ensure that rural schools, including the Mascoma Valley School District, which undertook these projects to protect their students, will receive the funding that they were promised by the department?
Yes, and I'd look forward to getting back to you on that particular issue as well, Senator. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Secretary. I know that when you were the administrator at the SBA and we worked closely together, you would have been outraged by that kind of denial when business had been promised the funding. So I'm sure that you will look into it and hopefully be able to help us. Educators around the country have been really struggling to ensure that students with disabilities receive the education they deserve. It's been an ongoing challenge since the Congress passed the Individuals with Disabilities Act, when we promised that we would give a lot more money to school districts than we have. It supports schools around the country through national activities such as technical assistance that can help states improve their special education systems. In New Hampshire, with the help of expert guidance from the National Center for Systemic Improvement, which is funded by IDEA, the Department of Education conducted a successful initiative to raise literacy rates for students with disabilities. Unfortunately, the President's budget proposal recommends eliminating this support. And so I'm not clear on why the department would eliminate programs that are working in states and force them to develop their own programs when there's already an effort that's been successful. So can you help me understand that?
Well, I'm happy very much for the success in New Hampshire. And I know that there are many of those programs around the country that are successful. We're not cutting any of the IDEA funding. It is staying intact. And so the president really has a commitment to make sure that that funding does get into the states.
Well, they'll get
However, there
Christian education.
is more flexibility for the states to handle those programs which they think is better for their states. So if that program would be working in New Hampshire, I don't see why it wouldn't be able to continue the way it's operating.
Well, as I understand
and I'd like to get back to you on that.
That would be helpful because as I understand the President's budget would eliminate this successful program that provides help with the National Center for Systemic Improvement.
Okay, let me get back to you on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator Mullen.
Let me get
Thank you,
back
Chairman.
to you on that. Oh, no. Is that Mark Wayne?
Madam Chair, what's the definition of insanity?
Oh, here we go.
Of sanity or insanity?
Insanity.
Obscenity? That's my husband.
Insanity?
Yeah.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome.
Right. And what was we ranked in reading and
Here we
math
go.
in 1979?
This is another one. This is for
I'm
you,
sorry, what?
Linda.
What was we
Straight
ranked
from
nationally
WWE.
in math and reading in 1979?
We were very, very low on the totem pole.
We're number one in 1979. Today,
I'm just gonna It's Roman Reigns. Yeah, that's Roman Reigns. You know, just so you know. Let's see, do I have any other songs? Let's see. Oh, wait, here, this is what he's saying.
This goes in your mouth. This one goes in your ear. And this one goes in your butt.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
And
Go away, Baton.
this is far more educational. This is far more educational than listening to what he's actually saying. Let's see here. Let's see. Yep.
The answer would be no.
Yeah, the answer would be absolute no. What's this one?
2,000
Oh, yeah.
years later.
Here we go. thought it ended there. Then you take the baby and you wrap it in plastic and you place it on the table, and then people come and they put things down next to the baby, and then those things become more important than the baby. And that's what happens, and that's how you educate children. Yes, especially young children. You wrap them in plastic. Yes, that's what I suggest. That's right. Well, what do you think? Can they breathe, or did you cut a hole in the plastic? I mean, is it something the baby can actually escape from? Or is there something trick to it or something like that? I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't understand. I wish there was no Department of Education. When I was a kid, I hated going to school, and I'm just going to say that I think this is great what you're doing, and I think that it's going to make kids everywhere happier and happier, that they no longer have to go to school. And that's, they should be thinking of working on the farm or going into the military and becoming a war fighter. Yeah, like, what is wrong with that? I always remember the good old days when people just didn't expect much of you, and then you didn't have to deliver. And that's kind of how my time in Congress has been a little bit. And that's, I just think maybe we should just don't put the babies in plastic or cut a hole, my God, so they can breathe. But then also make people go in the military or I don't know, go sit behind the Walmart and smoke a joint. I don't know anything, but kids are going to be so happy you have taken the action you have to end education. I think you're going to just make a bunch of kids happy. Every morning, Madam Secretary, is going to be like Saturday morning cartoons. That's right, every morning. And that would have been something special. That would have made a difference in my life. And I just want to thank you for your bravery making that happen for America's children. Give them the opportunity to slack and then get oddly promoted because, I don't know, you're just an asshole and people just don't like you. And sometimes they make fun of you and it makes you feel like a little boy inside. And yeah, I'm done. Oh, okay, well, that was awkward. Who's next?
Department that you lead, and we know here that you
You're
cannot
welcome.
eliminate the Department of Education
Theater.
without an act of Congress. But I'm afraid that that has not stopped you from preventing the department from actually doing its job. You have indiscriminately shuttered offices and pushed out half of the department's staff, and under your leadership, we have seen critical research to improve student outcomes axed overnight, and funding for mental health services and teacher training, among a whole lot, abruptly cut off and discontinued. Now, today you come before this committee to request massive funding cuts that do, in my opinion, nothing to help improve opportunities for students in our public schools throughout the country. You are proposing to slash Pell Grants and much more. Now, you and the president say this isn't about cutting education funding, but all about, quote, returning education to the states. But actually, that can be further from the truth, because the reality is this administration is actually taking unprecedented steps to extort schools and universities and hold federal funding hostage if they don't conform with your agenda. So it's pretty clear that returning education to the states actually means letting states and colleges and local communities pick up the tab. And I just don't believe that's how things should work in America. I don't believe that's good for students, and I don't believe it's good for our families. Now, having said that, Secretary McMahon, as I mentioned, you have set out to eliminate nearly half of your department's workforce, and that includes pushing out the door more than half of the staff at the Office for Civil Rights. The entire staff responsible for managing grant operations and contract procurement, and employees who actually prevent students from getting ripped off by predatory colleges. The department cannot do its basic job to execute the law, given how many staff have been pushed out, and it is our students and our teachers who will suffer the consequences. So I want to know from you, before you cut that much staff, did you conduct any analysis
Wrong influence.
to assess whether or not it would degrade support and services for students in our schools, or how the department would still be able to execute the law after losing so many employees?
Certainly. Excuse me. Good morning. Thank you for that. Yes, we did talk to
Did you have too many Marlboros
the
for
department
breakfast
itself.
or something?
But did you do an actual analysis?
OCR. What we looked at across was how can we
Did you
restructure
do an
the
analysis?
department so that we can maximize the use of the people
Did
who are
you
there. So what we
do
did
an
was in like
analysis?
training manuals and things of that nature to look at it and say, okay, we can better operate if we focus on
So this was a
specifically.
conversation. You didn't do an actual analysis to
Yeah.
determine
You just thought
what
about
the
it
effects
in
of
this
this would be?
moment.
No.
So no study was done. They were just
Oh my
fired,
God.
and you assumed that it would work.
No, obviously not. I have been in the private sector and done restructuring before in companies, and it's painful to do
It is
restructuring.
painful, but normally companies look ahead and say, what are our
look at-
goals, and
Yeah.
what will be the impact if these employees are gone from this
Liars.
department?
Wow,
That's
Linda,
why I
you're a
asked, but
bad
you've
liar.
not done an analysis, and my time is short, so let me
bad
continue.
liar.
I know Ranking Member Baldwin talked with you about this as well. You were required by law to submit an operating plan 45 days after enactment of the full year CR, detailing exactly how you are spending funding Congress provided this year. You didn't do that. The purported operating plan that you did submit told us virtually nothing about how you are spending taxpayer dollars right now at this very moment. And that really raises concerns about when and actually if you're going to get funding that Congress did provide for FY25 out the door. For example, your FY26 budget request zeroes out dedicated funding for literacy education programs, and your operating plan for this year describes this funding as unallocated. So will you allocate the $220 million for literacy
That's real
programs
money,
that Congress
like the way-
appropriated for
okay, never mind.
FY25?
Well, Senator, as I mentioned earlier, we are looking at the unallocated dollars now to determine which of those programs we can best spend those dollars on. And I'll be happy to
What?
get back to you. And we want to
What?
work with Congress on those unallocated dollars to see where they.
What? What? Those dollars are allocated. They aren't unallocated. They are allocated. I mean, people, wake up. This woman just admitted that what they've done is say, oh, that's nice, Congress, that you told us what you wanted to spend money on specifically, but fuck you. We're not going to spend it on anything until we decide what we want to spend it on. Just like the rest of the money that has been allocated to departments across the federal government that has not been spent because of mass layoffs, etc. They're stealing our money. And no fucking Republican or anyone is standing up and saying, what the fuck? That to me, I don't know, am I the drama? Like, that to me is one of the most shocking things I've heard one of the administration say. I don't understand this. I don't understand why Patty McMurray and all the rest of them don't stand up and go, excuse the fuck out of me? Are you buying Bitcoin with it? Are you buying stable coin with it? What are you doing with that money that's been allocated? And let me tell you how schools work. For some grants, you work in arrears. So you have to get a grant for what you think your student forecast is going to be, and you back up what that student forecast is with data, and you also back it up with the allocation within that student population of special education services, whatever, all the things for Title I funds, for students who are homeless. There's different grant programs that come through the Department of Ed that support that work. You do the work and then you get paid. Do you know that's how it works? You do the work and then you get paid. So what she's saying is people have done the work that has been asked of them as part of their funding agreements. Those are contracts. And they have decided we're denying that. That's what she was talking about New Hampshire. That should be shocking. Because I will guarantee you that all of that is documented to the fucking penny. And if you don't serve the number of students that you indicated you would, you give money back. Do you realize that? Education is not perfect. No, I have plenty of criticism for the education field, 100%. But I don't believe in this. I just can't believe that this is happening. I'm sorry. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's my mental state. But I just can't even believe that this is real.
They could be spent the best.
Oh my
well, what
God.
is your plan to make sure that that funding actually gets to the schools and students it was intended to support? We're running out of time here.
Well, to look at those programs and then to allocate them to the states if those programs we believe is the best interest.
Those funds were
students.
appropriated by Congress. Your department was to allocate them, and it really looks to me like the department is illegally impounding funding that would help our students succeed with plans that don't exist and just day after day going by here, and that's our concern.
Well, let us work more with you as we update those allocations, as we did before.
When do you plan to have those funds out by?
Well, the funds that we are approving will go out in this year.
You're approving.
Like in this next month?
You're approving.
In the fiscal year.
They've been approved.
You're running out of time, so we need to see what the plan is, if you could provide
Yes.
that. Okay.
Oh, my God. I just...
Secretary McMahon, the administration says that one of its priorities is tackling anti-Semitism in our schools. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Well, the Office of Civil Rights at your department takes the leading role in preventing anti-Semitism and enforcing our nation's civil rights law. It is really an important mission. But as you hopefully know, that office is underwater. What is the current backlog at OCR? Can you tell us that?
Well, we inherited about a 20,000 backload from the Biden administration. But one of the things that we found is some of those cases were like one-page complaints, and we've really been able to get rid of many of them. And we are fulfilling.
So what is the?
What does that mean?
It's important for me to finish. We absolutely are fulfilling all of our statutory requirements, have not failed to do any of those. And not only are we reducing the backload, but we are keeping up with what's coming in now with a reduced staff.
I appreciate
because we're doing it efficiently.
If you don't have the staff, you can't do them. So
no, excuse me. If you have an efficient staff that has changed programs and you are addressing all of the issues, then you are being successful. So I'm answering your question by completely answering it.
Madam Secretary, my question is, what is the current backlog?
Yes.
The current backlog is probably about, let's see, I'm looking at my numbers now, about 2,500 cases.
2,500. And how many are you processing per month? Do you have any sense?
No, well, we're catching up with the backlog.
Oh, my God.
And keeping current on the
I
ones
would
that
have
are
been
coming in.
fired if I was.
You don't know how many you're processing every month. You can't tell us, so we can get an idea.
I can get back to you with that.
Would
with
you?
the exact number, sure.
If you could commit to giving us quarterly reports so we know whether OCR is simply dismissing these cases or doing its job.
That's the question, Patty.
If you could give us a quarterly.
I'd be happy to do that. I can assure you it's doing its job.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Fuck you, Linda.
Senator Hyde-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here.
Oh, my God.
And I applaud you for your courage to make changes
my hair
and
is,
the efficiency that
hair,
is so
really
needed that you're addressing that. You know, we've talked a lot about Pell Grants for short-term courses, and I got here in 2018. We were talking about it then.
Yeah,
we continue to talk about it today. Can you just kind of expand a timeline of what you're looking at for allowing the Pell Grants or getting us to the position that Pell Grants can cover short-term courses?
Well, we'd like to do that, right away. And I think as we're looking, in the new budget, we'd like to see those short-term Pell Grants be part of that budget. Because I do think that is one of the best ways that we can get students into the economy and working
You're
right
pissed off.
away. We had a little brief conversation about that before you joined. And it's one of the things that I've talked about for a long time, since back 2009 and 10, when I actually ran for the Senate in Connecticut. I was talking about those same things, that we needed a skilled workforce in our country because we are not fulfilling those needs and those requirements. And short-term Pell Grants will actually get people into the marketplace
gonna cut
quicker.
'em.
They're
Oops.
cheaper.
Whoopsie
They can
poopsie.
be, we're hoping they could be 6 to 8 weeks. It's not the full term of a community college, and we can get them earning a living.
So
And
you're
the
hopeful
productive
within the next 1 to 2 years?
Oh.
Do you think that's a practical time frame?
I would hope it would be before that.
Great. That's what I'm
Just
hoping
tell me
for
what I want
as
to know,
well.
And hoping,
darling.
working
And
with
we're
Congress
good. We're
to make sure that that happens.
Yeah, and we've always talked about administration's wish for workforce-aligned apprenticeship-focused learning as well. And that is just so aligned with career and technical
Well, is
education
it in
training. That's
AI,
so
or
important in my
is it in the
state, and I know
A1
many
industry,
states. But
Senator
the
Hyde
initiatives
Smith?
happening in Mississippi, this is really important, and we're thrilled that, as Senator Britt was talking about Alabama, we had the Mississippi Miracle that, we were 49th in one time in fourth grade reading. We're in the top 20 now. So it just shows that if you're intentional about something, you can accomplish it.
And you did it at the state level without the interference
of
the federal government.
We did it at the state level
let's not
because
go
we were
crazy
intentional
about that,
doing
okay?
it. But
Oh,
as
I
such,
would
career
really
and
wanna
technical
see the
grants are
fucking
especially
data on
important
that.
to me and my constituents. Please provide
what
us the
you didn't
details about the
benefit from
Department of
the federal-
Education's proposed FY26 budget for these career and technical programs.
If I was a parent of a school-age child, I would be
looking very much
apoplectic
across all states, and we're level funding CTE.
If you are a parent
it's not
of a
being reduced,
school-age
in the current
child,
26 budget. And I think, it's really
I don't know what to tell
the
you.
president has charged us to work with commerce and
You should be
labor
fighting for
and all the
public
different
schools.
departments. We have about
I don't know. I don't know what else
43
to say.
different workforce development programs across government, and
Oh,
it's
so
incredibly
sad, Paul. I
inefficient.
hope your neighbor gets
So we would
some- I
like
hope they have
to
some kind of
narrow that
relief
scope
so they can
and work with different departments and find out exactly what we can do. And I think,
housing.
Senator, you referenced about going with the Department of Labor. Those are conversations that are being held because can we be more efficient working across different departments? And that's what we really want to do and what we want to accomplish.
And let's talk about EIR grants, the Education, Innovation, and Research grants that are critical for boosting achievements in these high-need students. But Mississippi has received no grants from 2021 to 2024, despite the state facing challenges of medium incomes, low medium incomes, high rural student enrollment, and the teacher shortage that we're facing. In fact, no EIR grants were awarded to nearly 2/3 of the states represented by Republicans on the Senate Appropriations Committee.
Oh my God.
But California, New York, and Massachusetts awarded 49 separate EIR grants, totaling
maybe
more
we
than
have more
$300 million. But I just feel it's important to note that there are no limits on indirect cost imposed by these grants. And do you agree that the EIR funds need to be reformed to optimize
what
their
indirect
program's
costs are?
impact so that direct
Salaries.
resources are sent to the areas of greatest need?
Yeah, I'd like
That's
to
what
work with you and
indirect
get
costs
back to you on that. I'm not familiar
Administration.
specifically with what happened in Mississippi, but I would like to get back to
Operations.
you and work with you on that program.
Yeah, we know a specific
That's
that
what indirect
applied,
costs
that,
are.
so it's not like we're
Rent.
not applying, we're definitely
A lease
applying.
agreement.
Right.
But
In the competitive grant process.
Those are
correct,
indirect costs.
but zero, absolutely zero of that. Okay, I'm out of my time, but thank you for everything you're doing.
Mayor of Newark is suing Alina Hava.
Senator
Hell
Murphy.
yeah. Hey,
Thank you,
Teresa.
Madam Chairman. Thank you to both of you for being here today.
Get ready to scream and throw things
A
at
few
your
years ago,
television.
we worked really hard across the aisle to pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, a bill that made changes in our gun laws, but in large part because it was a real priority for my Republican colleagues, also included billions of dollars in funding for school-based and children's mental health. Earlier this year, you did something extraordinary. You canceled $1 billion worth of existing ongoing grants to schools all across the country.
Interesting, Carla.
And it's extraordinary because you didn't cut off new grants, you cut off existing grants. So in states all across the nation, blue and red, there are now mental health programs for kids that are shutting down, and kids who have been relying on really important adults in their life, these counselors and social workers, are losing access. You know Connecticut very well. You shut off a program that provides mental health resources to kids in crisis in Northwest Connecticut. When they did a survey of these kids and asked the kids who are in this particular program who the one adult was who they would go to if they were in mental health trouble or in response to a trauma, every single one of those kids in that program named the counselor funded by this program. You've shut that grant down. When those kids show up to school next fall, that trusted adult will not be there.
God.
You've told this program, as well as all the other programs, that the reason is they're violating civil rights laws. This program has no idea what you mean by that. And I guess I just ask you this. I'm sure you had to weigh, factors in making this decision.
Shit,
but did you worry about what your decision would do to these kids? These kids where you ripped away
Chris.
their counselors and social workers literally in the middle of the program. Do you worry about what's going to happen to those kids in Northwest Connecticut and kids all across the country who have lost access to their trusted adults?
I certainly worry about mental health for children and adults all across the country. I certainly do.
I guess I'm asking specific. You must have weighed this. I assume you weighed this when you made this extraordinary decision to shut down $1 billion worth of mental health programming for kids. Did you worry about what you would do to those specific kids?
Well, what we have to do, I think, and that's what our simplified funding program is going to do, is to put programs into a single grant that's going to the states to be determined how that money can be best used.
But how did you weigh the impact? I'm asking about this specific decision. How did you weigh the impact that, again, these kids in Northwest Connecticut, they literally say, this adult is the most important adult in my life. And you made a decision to shut down that program. And this can be replicated all over the country. How did you weigh the impact on those kids? It's a really cruel thing to do to those kids. So did you think about the impact on those kids?
Well, I certainly can't evaluate every particular program in every school district across the state. There are some areas that need mental health more than there are others. And there were programs in the mental health program that did deal with DEI and with
Paul,
gender
so
issues, et
careful.
cetera.
Oh my
and
gosh.
It wasn't just about the kind of things that you're talking about. So in totality, as we look at mental health grants across the country, we have to make sure that those programs are being used to serve best in those communities.
Yeah.
So, therefore, a governor or a principal or a state superintendent would have the best information relative to what is needed in that particular state.
Yeah,
They already
we
do,
know what
and they
we need
already
in Northwest
communicated.
Connecticut, and what we need is for the federal government not to rip funding away from these kids in need in the middle of the service program.
Or to better allocate the dollars you have and provide those professionals across the state that can handle it.
Let me ask you
kidding me? There isn't
another
enough
question. Obviously,
money.
we're trying to understand what the Department of Education is
There is
doing
never enough
with respect
money
to the
for
threats
the
you've made
amount of
against
social,
institutions
emotional-
of higher education.
Sorry.
In the letter that you sent to Harvard demanding that they make certain changes, you told them that they had to end all of their diversity programs, but that they had to institute viewpoint diversity. That doesn't seem to make sense. How do you tell them to end all their diversity programs? And we assume that this is a mandate that you will make of other schools as well. How do you ask them to end diversity programs while instituting viewpoint diversity? Those seems to be totally contradictory.
No, the diversity programs that we've asked and demanded to be eliminated were the DEI, where they were, those programs actually were
I'm a racist
pitting
and
one
a
group
bigot.
against another.
Hello.
Isn't
I'm
viewpoint
Linda
diversity a
McMahon.
diversity program?
A viewpoint diversity is exchange of ideas that's actually better, absolutely.
Where-
Now here, because Harvard only has 3% by its own numbers, 3% conservative faculty, do you think they are allowing enough of viewpoint
Well, maybe
diversity
the
through that
conservative
teaching?
faculty
Where in the,
are-
where in
are
the
stupid.
statute does it give you the ability to cut off federal funding for a university based upon your decision, your determination that they don't have viewpoint diversity? Can you cite to a statute an authority that Congress has given you to micromanage the viewpoint diversity of a college?
Well, certainly now let's back up.
No,
Well,
let's
I
not.
think that's really important.
Let's stay right there.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Can you cite a statute?
That's
Because
right.
you can't cut off funding for universities unless you have a statutory
That's right.
authorization
Push
to
it.
do so. So what statute gives you the right to tell any university that they have to have a certain mixture of viewpoints?
So here's what happened with Harvard.
No, it's a pretty simple. I don't mean to be. I don't mean to provide a being hostile.
Well, I have
here,
to give
but,
you
but
some.
I think you have to cite the statute.
The statute's Title VI. These were civil rights violations. That is why we filed a case and defunded or
Whose
stopped
civil
the
rights
funding
were
for Harvard
violated?
as well as we did Columbia. And in that conversation with them,
Are we conflating
we talked
shit
about
right now?
different things that they should do coming back to the table to make their programming better. The president of Columbia absolutely indicated, as well as the president of Harvard, that they needed to do things on their campus to eliminate anti-Semitism. That was kind of the crux of what brought us into talking to the
so it
different
wasn't
universities. And then we sat down with them to say, okay, these are other issues that you need to address on your campus because you do receive federal funding.
I'm
and
well
under
over-
federal funding, if you are
Reclaim
breaking the
your
law,
time.
they did under Title VI.
I don't
Well, that's-
understand
I've
any
answered your
conception
question.
of
It was
civil
Title
rights
VI.
law
Fuck you,
to give
Linda.
you the authorization to micromanage viewpoint diversity on campus. That's not authorized under the civil rights title provided to you by the United States Congress. Thank you very much.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much. Greetings. Glad to have you before the committee. I wanted to turn to TRIO. I wanted to echo Senator Collins' support. But I know you wanted accountability, and you think it would be a good idea to have each grantee have to have benchmarks that they're seeking to address?
I think that we do need to have better accountability with TRIO, but one of the things that I
So
said
having
certainly-
limited time, but benchmarks up front would be useful to have these programs meet?
Yes,
Maybe
they
have them
would.
do an annual report on meeting those benchmarks?
Accountabilities, yes, because we don't now
Great.
have the ability to track that.
Bullshit.
So actually,
Bullshit.
those benchmarks
Bullshit.
are
You
set
just
now,
don't know what your own
and each
accountability
grantee
is.
has to do an annual report. Have you read
How?
those annual reports?
I've not read them all, no.
Okay,
But I
because
do,
I also
know
wanted
that they're not following all
Well,
the different officers.
so-
And I've also said that if Congress...
Madam, just let me finish if I can.
Thank you.
And that is
Look at her,
that you
she's
said
like,
there was no
"Ah."
accountability. I just pointed out that two of the things you'd like to see, which are benchmarks and annual performance reports, are already done. In addition, the Pell Institute published a recent summary of 4 of the studies the Department of Education did on 4 of these 8 TRIO programs. Have you looked at those reports? Because they did a thorough evaluation of these programs.
I have not personally, no.
Well, that bothers me for you to come before us today and say there needs to be accountability, and yet there is accountability, and it just seems like a cover story for saying we don't want to help blue-collar kids make it into college. And I must tell you, most of my colleagues here, they're not blue-collar kids. I am. I know how hard it was to make that leap into college. I know the difficulty of the culture when you grow up in high school and you never talk to anybody about going to college, and you don't understand what that's all about in that world. And these TRIO programs have resulted in 6 million students graduating through those programs. And you want accountability? Well, what did those studies say that have been done by the Department of Education? They said upward bound students twice as likely to earn a bachelor's degree. Talent search students 33% more likely to enroll in college. Veterans upward bound, 42% more likely. I'm going to go on to my next question, but let me just say, your argument that there's no studies, no accountability, is just actually wrong. And the fact that you're coming here not even having looked at your own department studies of these programs in order to be informed about them is profoundly troubling. Let me turn to the cost of higher education. This is also very important to a blue-collar kid. Folks in my community today, because I still live in a blue-collar community, they say, we're not sure our kids should go to college because they'll end up with a millstone, a mountain of debt, and maybe no job. And here you are making it more expensive. I wonder if you know how much a student in Germany has to pay in tuition for university.
I don't.
It's zero.
I see
What
crapto.
about the broader European economic zone?
Sir, we don't live in Europe.
It is zero. But my point here is those countries are saying we want every child to thrive. We want every child to have opportunity. We don't want them to be saying our kids, maybe we should tell them not to go to college because they'll have this mountain of debt. And that opportunity, that's American values of opportunity for every individual. And here you are raising the cost of college, making it much harder for ordinary kids from blue-collar backgrounds to be able to pursue their dreams. And I find that totally inconsistent with Trump's campaign where he said he would fight for ordinary families.
No, I have to
Thank you.
disagree,
Nope,
sir. We're
you
not
don't.
raising the cost of college. We
Shut the
are
fuck up.
actually, with all of the programs that we
What?
want to put
What
in
are we
place, we
doing?
want colleges to reduce their cost.
Well, actually,
You
these
want
loan programs
colleges
that you're
to
changing
reduce
are
their
making it much
costs.
more expensive for kids to go to college.
What?
And they're getting...
We've not
You're
changed
holding-
loan programs.
I'm going to turn to mental health because I'm very concerned about mental health. A few years ago, before COVID, when I was in a meeting with student counselors in Eastern Oregon, a very rural area, and they said, you know, we're seeing kids come in our early ages, and they're acting out much more than they ever did before. And I said, well, is this because was there a factory that just shut down here, or a mill that just shut down, or an infusion of wave of meth? And they said, no, those are all, the economy's a factor, drug use is a factor in our community. But no, those aren't new. And one of the counselors said, this is what's new. And they pulled out their cell phone. This is what's new. Kids are coming in with far less understanding and ability of how to sit in a collaborative environment like a classroom and how to communicate with other children and teachers. There is a book that just came out. My staff happened to put it on my desk this morning. So I'm going to ask for Chapter 5 to be put into the record, The Anxious Generation. And I was paging through it, and under Chapter 5, it notes that there are 4 factors in which these cell phones are affecting our children profoundly: social deprivation, sleep deprivation, attention fragmentation, and screen addiction. I'd really encourage you to take a look at this. I've been urging the department to seriously look at the issue of how childhood is changing. And childhood is changing because of technology in ways that are really compromising the ability of our education enterprise to work well. But this brings to my point about why you have canceled mental health grants for our schools. We have 5 schools in Oregon that got grants to have more mental health counselors, and you have canceled them. Why have you canceled mental health grants in the middle of a enormously challenging time for our students?
We've not canceled mental health grants. We've said we're not continuing them after this year because we're going to allow those programs to be rebid and to take a different look at them, but they have not been canceled. And I couldn't agree with you more about cell phones. There's governors of several states who have said bell to bell, there are not going to be cell phones in the classroom, and they are seeing upticks in their literacy and also in the social interaction. So therefore, states have the abilities at very different levels to go ahead and make decisions and to put their policies in place that can be effective.
Then the 5 grants that you have canceled that you are unaware of in Oregon, you will restore those 5 grants?
We've not canceled. We're not continuing those grants.
So if you discover that you have actually canceled grants that were already awarded, you will undo those cancellations?
I would like to get back to you on that. I do not believe we've canceled any grants. We're not continuing, but we will rebid them.
Well, you'll rebid them, meaning you're canceling them, but you'll rebid them.
We are not continuing them. We haven't canceled them.
Okay, well...
We are continuing.
Well, I've got 5 schools that have received letters from you or your department saying their grants, their mental health grants have been canceled. They worked very hard to apply for those grants.
Canceled or not continued?
That they've been canceled. The grants that they have received for their programs.
And I will look into that and get back to you.
Obviously, when you get a grant, it's for work you're doing from here forward. So if not continuing means as of today we're not funding it, then you canceled the grant.
No, you can rebid the grant, you can recompete the grant, and you can have different
Is that what you're doing?
aspects of it.
You said the grants you got, we're ending them and we're taking them back, but we're going to
I said we are not continuing them after this year. We will have a rebidding process to relook at those grants.
Well, I
do it
strongly
responsibly.
encourage you to understand how the changes you're making are hurting ordinary kids across this country who may have aspirations. And those aspirations may not all require going to college, but many of those aspirations can be well served by higher education, and you shouldn't be putting obstacles in their path.
Thank you. Senator Merkley, if you look, what we're doing has not worked.
All right.
So we're continuing to throw money
up,
at things that are
Linda.
not being successful. So we are trying
I
to
don't
look
wanna do anything.
appropriately
If nothing
at all
works,
of
I
our
don't wanna
grants
do
and how the
anything.
Department of Education
How do I
is
know it
operating.
not
Madam Chair, I'll
works?
just say
I
those
don't
programs
know.
have been
Somebody
successful. If
told
you'd
me.
taken the very effort to read the evaluations of the TRIO programs, you wouldn't be here making that argument today.
All right,
Exactly.
let's wrap up Senator Merkley's questioning, and I will say this in terms of wrapping up. There have been several questions about these particular grants so the follow-up will be great with individual senators. I
really?
know you'll do it because you do it with me, and so I appreciate
really?
your
We'll do it right
hands-on
away.
approach. Hands-on
Thank you.
approach.
Fuck you,
All right,
Linda.
this will end.
All right, fuck that. Fucking Linda. Fuck you, Linda. Fuck you, gray lady. Anyway. Yeah, so sorry. I needed to watch that because I wasn't sure, but it's all getting worse. So that's the story from Lake Wobegon. It's all getting worse. Ah, feelings. Wow. Talk about short-sightedness and it's actually not short-sightedness. I know this is with intention. This is totally with intention. It really does come down to the AI, and I'm not trying to be conspiratorial. I'm just saying what I'm seeing in terms of the unprecedented investment in mining or developing the energy necessary and the machine models necessary to support AI. The fact that Elmo left with whatever fanfare that he left with all of our data, by the way, which will feed his XAI system, which will help run whatever federal government systems do exist or centralization could easily be run through all of these AI models and not, you know, and just the the future of the network state and not trying again to be conspiratorial, but really looking at what is being said and what actions are being taken in that regard, which we do have stuff to read about that today, which I'd really like to try and get to as much as we can. Because I have a couple of things lined up for us. But yeah, wow, Linda, you're so disappointing. Oh boy, you're just so disappointing, Linda. Why are you so disappointing to everybody? At 10 o'clock my time is a White House press briefing, which will probably not, I don't think I can watch it. I might be able to watch it. I don't know. But until then, we really do have a few things. So let me show you kind of what I've got teed up for us because I'm not done with you. Elmo shorted Taco out of 100 million. He promised him 300 million to get him elected and only paid 200. I thought he paid 250. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but that horse has left the barn. We've got different horses we've got to deal with now. And one of them is, we were talking last night on the space. If you didn't hear the space, it's actually quite a good space. I would actually, if you look at my my Twitter, or really any of the Gal Squad's Twitters, which are probably easier to find, because right now I'm the Democracy Dino on Twitter. I'm not my old account because remember I got banned for telling people to stay mad and die or something. Wait, no. Stay salty, die mad, something like that. Anyway, whatever I told people to do, that I was apparently too mean for Twitter. So I got banned, which is not atypical, but I just don't, I've appealed it and they've never done anything. So I've taken it as a sign that that account is done. So whatevs. Whatever, losers. But I have a couple of things in particular that I really want to read. And, oops, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. This is one of them. And then there's one that's longer about Curtis Yarvin, but I really want to read it, especially after our space last night. We talked a lot about it. Sorry, I got to cover the title. But this one also came up. This was a Tina. I think this was a Tina find, if I'm not mistaken. This is a gal find. I need that meme. Wait, where's that meme? Can I use that meme? Yeah, I pulled the Michael Anton thing. But Jay, is that meme like public now? Is that public now? Because I thought that was so funny. Oh yeah, it's public because it was in the Twitter. It was in the Twitters. Hold on. I gotta find it. It was in the Twitters. Howard Nutlicka. Howard Nutlicka's on my Twitter. Go figure. Okay, that's not spelled right. Okay, wait. I've got it. I'm here. I'm getting it. Oh wait, where is it? Oh no. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. The fifth Ramon. Wait, I'm gonna show it. So you've got this picture, right? Just keep this in your mind, okay? Here's the picture from the article that we're gonna read or attempt to read some of it. I'm so scared. I'm very intimidated by this article because apparently it's so long. Anyway, so that's the picture. So hold that in your mind, but then go ahead and take a look at this. Hold on. This is what Jay Rance did. Jay Rance took it and ran with it and came up with Okay, hold on. I just can't. I love that so much. It's the Walmart glamour shot. I just fucking love it. Okay, wait. Let me go to So did he apparently wear this in like college? He wore a bike helmet into class. I mean, I think I knew guys like that in college. Actually. Is that what it was? She is the meme lord. Yeah, it's true. Wait, let me see if I can pull these up. Hold on. Oh my god, you guys are so funny. This is this is gals. Is this it? Wait, which or which is that it? No, that's not it. There. This is gals. I mean, it's fine. Whatever. You know, get your rocks off. I don't really care. Wait, this one. Hold on. Wait. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, is this the one? Shit, man. Come on. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here we. Oh, that's it. Okay. Oh, why isn't it showing? Hold on. Dang it. That's all right. Hold on. I got this. When in doubt, start again. Oh wait, maybe I should make it. Oh, this is making me really mad. Okay. Oh wait, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh wait, that's yours. Dang it! It's not doing everything. I'm so sorry. Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. This one's really good. Why isn't it's not going to show you the image? I don't understand that. Huh. It's like it disappears. I just wish Signal allowed larger video files. Yeah. Wait, let me just, I'm going to take a minute here and do this the right way. You know, I kind of think of these guys as Little Lord Fauntleroy's. Oops. I kind of think of them as like Little Lord Fauntleroy's. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's they kind of strike me with as that kind of, what is it? I have the sensibilities of a Victorian child or something like that. That's a joke that Bobo and I always make. Here, okay, now I think I've got it. Oh my god, here I've got it now. This wasn't it. This was the change up from the bicycle helmet. This was the next iteration. With the tears. Yeah, when he was at Brown. Yeah, Yarvin went to Brown, graduated at 18. Oh, so he was a kid. He was just a kid. Well, yeah. Dontle tits. Little Lord Fondle tits. So that's that one. Hold on. And then, hold on. And then, wait, last one. Hold on. I know, I'm terrible. I'm absolutely the slowest of the slow here. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Oops. Oh, man, what are you doing? I swear to God. You guys are the pootiest. You're the pootiest. Okay, yeah, just do it once. Okay. Oh, my God. Let me tell you how much I fucking hate Microsoft. Okay, I can't show you the other one, and I'm not going to fight with it anymore because I'm getting sick of it. Ugh. Anyway, so there's that. I do really want to read this. I might just read this. And then I really want to read this. I wonder how long this one is. What? Okay, fine. You guys are terrible. I don't want that. Just let me read the fucking article. What's wrong with you people? Okay, I think I'm going to read this one first. I don't know. They're all long. Okay, we just got 2 long articles today. That's the way it is. Oh, I just feel like I want to do the Curtis Yarvin first. Okay, fine. I'm so sorry. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, you don't like me reading to you? Oh my God. I'm heartbroken. But I understand. Okay, wait. I need to go somewhere then. Oh. Although I do understand because I don't really read that well that often. Okay, so here's the Curtis Yarvin behind the paywall. That should work. Oh, thank you, gal. Oh my gosh, thanks. And then let me give you the other one too while I'm sitting here. Michael Anton. Well, to each his own. I understand. I understand. Yeah, it's good if you can like put it on in the background. Totally. No, Max, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to make you feel. I hope I didn't make you feel bad. I didn't mean to. I understand. I actually really do. I'm sorry. That was my bad. Okay. Turn myself off. Beat up a boo. Here we go. Hey. Do you own an iron? Yarvin wants to destroy democracy. But I can't do it while I'm reading. Wait, what? Just a quick note. Oh, wait, is there a quick note? Here, hold on. I totally understand. I totally get it. Trump official who shut down counter Russia agency has links to Kremlin? Oh, Darren. Darren Beatty, who alarmed the State Department with his pro-Moscow views, is married to a woman whose uncle has ties to Vladimir Putin. A senior official who dismantled the U.S. government's Russian disinformation unit is married to a Russian woman with links to the Kremlin, the Telegraph can reveal. Have we not known about that? I feel like we knew, like he was a total, like, cuck op. Let's see. Darren Beattie has provoked alarm within the State Department since being appointed in February for his ardent pro-Russian views. Is that? Yeah. Thank you, Gal. Darren's wife is Yulia Kirilova. I mean, I don't think it's probably that hard to figure that out, but whatever. That's fine. Here we are in the land of make believe. Let's see. He has been noted for his focus on destroying the agency tasked with tackling Kremlin propaganda. Or has he done the job he was hired to do? Mr. Beatty, the acting undersecretary for public diplomacy and public affairs, is married to a woman whose uncle has taken several roles in Russian politics and once received a personal thank you message from Vladimir himself. Vlad the Vlad. No, I do not want it. In the years before joining the government, Mr. Beatty wrote social media posts suggesting Western institutions should be infiltrated by Putin. Oh, is he a Yarvanite? Jesus Christ. You cannot. Is the saying swing a dead cat? Is that a bad saying? But you can't do anything in this world without running into one of these guys now. While he also attacked what he described as the globalist American empire. Yes, he's a really anti-globalist. Donald Trump is under pressure from many in his party, particularly senators, to take a tougher stance on the Russian leader while he continues to refuse to sign a ceasefire deal. I'm sorry. As the war in Ukraine drags on. I don't know why. Many of Mr. Beatty's social media posts also concern China, repeatedly calling on the U.S. to surrender Taiwan to Beijing and labeling Britain a poor and pathetic kingdom that would be far better off under Chinese dominion. State Department sources expressed skepticism over whether he had undergone security vetting, a process which has been relaxed under Mr. Dump. Mr. Beatty was a member of the first Trump administration, but after being sacked in 2018 for allegedly attending a white nationalist conference, he reinvented himself as an alt-right media figure. Oh, that's right. And Steve Bannon says, hold my eggnog. In May 2021, public records show he married a Russian woman called Yulia Kirilova in a ceremony. Look at, she's cute. Oh. Who, according to her Facebook page, was educated in Moscow before studying abroad in Canada and Washington, D.C., is niece of Sergei Chernikov, a Russian drinks magnate who part owns a flat with her mother, Natalia. Mr. Chernikov, whose net worth was estimated to be $150 million in 2005, that's a full 20 years ago, reportedly received a letter of thanks from Putin for his help in the election campaign, which first brought the Russian leader to power. Oh, he's an old friend. The same year, Mr. Chernikov took his first step into politics, taking role in Ministry of Natural Resources, before becoming deputy governor of the Nenets region in Siberia. From 2008 to 2010, he was a member of Russia's Civic Chamber, which was founded following a proposal by Putin and is nationally meant to scrutinize the activities of the Russian government. Notionally. I thought nationally. I can't read. My eyes are freaking out. When the chamber was set up, critics claimed it would be staffed by Kremlin allies and used to diminish a rival power base in the Russian State Duma. No, really? Both before and after his marriage to Mr. Chernikov's niece, Mr. Beatty has repeatedly attacked what he called the globalist American empire while praising both Russia and China as counterweights to its woke ideology. The rise of non-woke China and anti-woke Russia geopolitical competitors to the globalist American empire is not a bad thing, he wrote in October 2021. He also said he looked forward to its prestige and power collapsing on the world stage and claimed that its position in the global order is rapidly deteriorating. But he was just kidding. That's Sergei Chernikov. That's his uncle-in-law right now. That's right. I got oil on my hands. Hello. Mr. Beatty and Revolver, the news outlet he founded after leaving the first Trump administration, argues that the U.S. has sought to engineer color revolutions. Oh, yep, Tina. Just ask Tina. Yeah, Josh, we just talked. Someone brought that up earlier. That's great. I hope they really make a noise about that. That was terrible. And sought to engineer color revolutions around the world, a common trope in Russia and China to dismiss pro-democracy movements as Western-backed coup attempts. The businessman has claimed that the U.S. is running color revolution ops in Ukraine, Hong Kong, Xinjiang, and Myanmar, and that American Color Revolution Brigade is pushing for a forever war in Ukraine. 2 months before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, he said, "Imagine the whining from the globalist American empire if Putin invades Ukraine. I love it when our national security bureaucrats fail." Oh, boy. Yeah, Tina knows all about the color revolution. He also praised Putin as brave and strong and claimed the Russian leader had done more to advance conservative positions in the U.S. than any Republican. Well, now that's not a lie. Okay, that's technically not a lie. He's right. I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So there's that. He also declared NATO is much greater threat to American liberty than Putin ever was. The funny thing is, just about every Western institution would improve in quality if it were directly infiltrated and controlled by Putin, he wrote in September 2021. Many of his posts focus on Britain, claiming it treats white people far worse than the Uyghur population that Chinese authorities have imprisoned in camps in Xinjiang. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm probably not. I really apologize. He has labeled Britain a sewage pit and the most utterly repulsive dystopia on earth. And that's when he's in a good mood. In a post more than 2 years after the outbreak of war in Ukraine, he criticized the UK's policy of antagonizing Russia. All of these social media posts were still online at the time of writing, although Mr. Beatty has deleted disparaging tweets about Marco Rubio. The U.S. Secretary of State, having previously claimed his now boss attended gay foam parties. Wait a minute. Where? Wait, where's my song? There we go. That calls for a song. There you go, Beatty.
Nothing ever disappears from Nothing ever disappears from the internet.
That's right. Should have listened to Harry. According to Miss Kirilova's Facebook page, she moved to Washington on January 28th, roughly a week before her husband began his role at the State Department. Despite his wide-ranging brief at the heart of the U.S. government, Mr. Beatty is said to have focused a disproportionate amount of time on seeking to dismantle the counter-foreign information manipulation and interference hub known as ARFIMI, while building cultural ties with Russia. ARFIMI, which tracked and countered propaganda from sources including Russia, China, and Iran, was a relatively small agency with a budget of just over $50 million at the time it was shut down. The U.S.'s adversaries are estimated to spend tens of billions of dollars a year on foreign disinformation. Mr. Beatty's news outlet Revolver had spent years attacking ARFIMI, accusing it of being part of a censorship network designed to silence conservative voices. Where have we heard that before? Hi, Oren. Happy Pride Month. Hell yeah. Trans lives matter. Thank you, Oren. Good morning, dear. Let's see. Sources said Mr. Beatty had doggedly pursued the agency after being appointed, taking it apart piece by piece. Contractors were sacked and officials were ordered to stop communicating with others in the State Department or external partners without explicit permission. even before it was disbanded in mid-April when Mr. Beatty told staff in a brief speech that it was severely misaligned with the administration's priorities, its work had essentially wrapped up. Mr. Rubio confirmed in an interview distributed by the State Department the same day that Mr. Beatty had played a major role in abolishing ARFIMI. At the same time Mr. Beatty was working on dismantling the agency, he is said to have pushed to rebuild relations with Russia, insisting on instituting cultural exchange programs in fields such as ballet and hockey. I mean, what could go wrong? He is also said to have taken a significant interest in classified material related to Russia. Prompting widespread concern about turning over sensitive information to him. No shit. Sources were highly skeptical if it had undergone a security vetting process, which the State Department's website notes can take anywhere from a couple of months to over a year to complete. Beatty limited to 210 days in his post. On his first day in office, Mr. Dump unilaterally granted top secret security clearances to personnel in the Executive Office of the President, citing a backlog in processing. That's right. Remember that? Remember that? The office is not part of the State Department. MIT Technology Review reported this month that Mr. Beatty had launched a sweeping effort to obtain records from ARFIMI staff shortly before it closed, apparently with the intention of characterizing it as an organization dedicated to smearing conservatives. He asked for communications with or about reporters who write about foreign disinformation, along with references to Mr. Dump and his allies. One official said the move amounted to a witch hunt. Mr. Beatty would need confirmation by the Senate to take on the undersecretary role full-time. As an acting official, he is limited to 210 days. Allies in the he doesn't really need 210 days. Allies in the media have suggested he is unlikely to survive his time in the spotlight and have suggested permanent posts where he could be installed without requiring backing from senators. The damage is probably done. This is so weird. It's just so weird to me. Like everything's just now open and it doesn't matter. The law doesn't matter. The law just or just I don't know, nothing matters. A senior State Department official said no one in America cares about a British gossip column. This is all fake news and low even for tabloid standards. Darren is a tremendous colleague who is committed to advancing President Dump's America First agenda. In a few short months, he's been able to spearhead high-level projects that have been critical in advancing a foreign policy that puts our national interests first. What? Mr. Chernikoff and Ms. Kirilova have been approached for comment. Mr. Beatty described the allegations as malicious, defamatory trash that is beneath the standards of even the British tabloid press. Well, clutch your pearls. Clutch your pearls, Blanche. Okay, we're going to read this. Remember, it's this guy. This is from the New Yorker, June 2nd, August 2nd. Where am I? In the spring and summer, so just settle in. Okay, grab your coffee. This is apparently, we're going to get through as much of it as we can. It's just, I really want to read it. And thank you to Gal for pushing it forward. In the spring and summer of 2008, when Donald Dump was still a registered Democrat, an anonymous blogger known as Mencius Moldbug posted a serial manifesto under the heading An Open Letter to Open-Minded Progressives. Written with the sneering disaffection of an ex-believer, the 120,000-word letter argued that egalitarianism, far from improving the world, was actually responsible for most of its ills. That his bien-pensant, I don't know how to say that, bien-pensant readers thought otherwise, Moldbug contended, was due to the influences of the media and the academy, which work together, however unwittingly, to perpetuate a left liberal consensus. To this nefarious alliance, he gave the name the Cathedral. Moldbug called for nothing less than its destruction and a total reboot of the social order. He proposed the liquidation of democracy, the Constitution, the rule of law, and the eventual transfer of power to a CEO-in-chief, someone like a Steve Jobs or Mark Andreessen, he suggested. Trying to make this a little bigger. He suggested, who would transform the government into a heavily armed, ultra profitable corporation. This new regime would sell off public schools, destroy universities, abolish the press, and imprison decivvilized populations. It would also fire civil servants en masse, a policy moldbug later called RAGE, retire all government employees, and discontinue international relations, including security guarantees, foreign aid, and mass immigration. Moldbug acknowledged that his vision depended on the sanity of his chief executive. Clearly, if he or she turns out to be Hitler or Stalin, we have just recreated Nazism or Stalinism. Yet he dismissed the failures of 20th century dictators, whom he saw as too reliant on popular support. For Moldbug, any system that sought legitimacy in the passions of the mob was doomed to instability. Though critics labeled him a techno-fascist, he preferred to call himself a royalist or a Jacobite, a nod to the partisans of James II and his descendants, who, in the 17th and 18th centuries, opposed Britain's parliamentary system and upheld the divine right of kings. Oh, thanks, Oren. Never mind the French Revolution, the bête noire of reactionary thinkers, Moldbug believed that the English and American revolutions had gone too far. If Moldbug's open letter showed little affection for the masses, it intimated that they might still have a use. Communism was not overthrown by Andrei Sakharov, Joseph Brodsky, and Václav Havel, he wrote. What was needed was the combination of philosopher and crowd. The best place to recruit this crowd, he said, was on the internet, a shrewd intuition. Okay, let's not go crazy. Before long, links to Moldbug's blog, Unqualified Reservations, were being passed around by libertarian techies, disgruntled bureaucrats, and self-styled rationalists, many of whom formed the shock troops of an online intellectual movement that came to be known as neo-reaction or the Dark Enlightenment. While few turned into outright monarchists, their contempt for Obama-era uplift seemed to find voice in Moldbug's heresies. In his most influential coinage, which quickly gained currency among the nascent alt-right, Moldbug urged his readers to rouse themselves from their ideological slumber by taking the red pill, like Keanu Reeves' character in The Matrix, who chooses daunting truth over contented ignorance. Oh, but Blanche, you ah. In 2013, an article on the news site TechCrunch titled Geeks for Monarchy revealed that Mencius Moldbug was the cyber alias of a 40-year-old programmer in San Francisco named Curtis Yarvin. At the same time he was trying to redesign the U.S. government, Yarvin was also dreaming up a new computer. I think that's like the construction outside. I'm sorry if you hear a banging. At the same time that he was trying to redesign the U.S. government, Yarvin was also dreaming up a new computer operating system that he hoped would serve as a digital republic. He founded a company that he named Tlon, for the Borges story Tlon Uqbar Orbis Tertius, in which a secret society describes an elaborate parallel world that begins to overtake reality. As he raised money for his startup, Yarvin became a kind of Machiavelli to his high big tech benefactors, who shared his view that the world would be better off if they were in charge. Talon's investors included the venture capital firms Andreessen Horowitz and Founders Fund. That's Peter Thiel. Oh, the latter of which was started by the billionaire Peter Thiel. Both Thiel and Balaji Srinivasan, then a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz, had become friends with Yarvin after reading his blog, through emails shared with me that revealed that neither was thrilled to be publicly associated with him at the time. Quote, "How dangerous is it that we are being linked?" Thiel wrote to Yarvin in 2014. Quote, "One reassuring thought. One of our hidden advantages is that these people, social justice warriors, wouldn't believe in a conspiracy if it hit him over the head. This is perhaps the best measure of the decline of the left. Linkages made them sound really crazy, and they kind of know it. Blue Anon much?" Oh, you can't? Okay, good. It's just I think it's something with the microphone. Anyway. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Because that's kind of used as a weapon now against people who speak truth to power. Isn't that interesting? A decade on, with the Trumpian right embracing strongman rule, Yarvin's links to elites in Silicon Valley and Washington are no longer a secret. In a 2021 appearance on a far-right podcast, Vice President J.D. Vance, a former employee of one of Thiel's venture capital firms, cited Yarvin when suggesting that a future Dump administration fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people, and ignore the courts if they objected. Mark Andreessen, one of the heads of Andreessen Horowitz and an informal advisor to the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, Doggy, has started quoting his, quote, good friend Yarvin about the need for a founder-like figure to take charge of our out-of-control bureaucracy. Andrew Closter, the new general counsel at the government's Office of Personnel Management, has said that replacing civil servants with loyalists could help Trump defeat the cathedral. There are figures who channel a zeitgeist. Nietzsche calls them timely men, and Curtis is definitely a timely man, a State Department official who has been reading Yarvin since the moldbug era told me. Back in 2011, Yarvin said that Trump was one of two figures who seemed biologically suited to be an American monarch. The other was Chris Christie. Wow. In 2022, he recommended that Trump, if reelected, appoint Elon Musk to run the executive branch. On a podcast with his friend Michael Anton, now the director of policy planning at the State Department, Yarvin argued that the institutions of civil society, such as Harvard, would need to be shut down. The idea that you're going to be a Caesar with someone else's Department of Reality in operation is just manifestly absurd, he said. In another timeline, Yarvin might have remained an obscure and ineffectual internet crank, a digital demaistre. Instead, he has become one of America's most influential illiberal thinkers, an engineer of the intellectual source code for the second Dump administration. Yarvin has pushed the Overton window, Nikhil Pal Singh, a history professor at NYU, told me. His work has revived ideas that once seemed outside the bounds of polite society, Singh said, and created a roadmap for the dismantling of the administrative state and the global post-war order. As his ideas have been surrealized in Doggy and Dump has taken to self-identifying as a king, one might expect to find Yarvin in an exultant mood. In fact, he has spent the past few months fretting that the moment will go to waste. If you have a Trump boner right now, enjoy it, he wrote 2 days after the election. It's as hard as you'll ever get. What many see as the most dangerous assault on American democracy in the nation's history, Yarvin dismisses as woefully insufficient, a vibes coup. Without a full-blown autocratic takeover, he believes a backlash is sure to follow. When I spoke to him recently, he quoted the words of Louis de Saint-Just, the French philosopher. This article is like designed to make me feel stupid. The French philosopher who championed the reign of terror. He who makes half a revolution digs his own grave. Earlier this year, Yarvin and I had lunch in Washington, D.C., where he had come to celebrate the regime change. He was in his usual getup, blue jeans, Chelsea boots, a rumpled dress shirt under a motorcycle jacket. After taking a few bites of a cheeseburger topped with crispy onions, he pushed his plate away. Last year, he explained, he decided to start taking an Ozempic-like drug after a debate with the right-wing commentator Richard Hanania about the relative merits of monarchy and democracy. I destroyed him in almost every way, Yarvin said, nudging a tomato with his fork. But he had one huge advantage, which was that I was fat and he was not. Boy. The injection seemed to be working. As I ate, Yarvin's phone filled with messages, some of them complimenting his glow-up. That morning, the Times Magazine had published an interview with him accompanied by a moody black and white portrait. Until recently, Yarvin, with his frazzled curtain of shoulder-length hair and ill-fitting wardrobe, had seemed indifferent to his appearance. Now, wearing his leather jacket, he glared out at the reader through stylishly tousled hair. His friend, Steve Saylor, a writer for white nationalist websites, said he looked like the fifth Ramon. Let's see. What are we doing? What are we saying? Maybe One Eye just comes to learn, Jay. I don't think he does. I think he comes because, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's got a lot of friends. Not that I'm his friend, because I'm not. I don't know why he would want to. But, yeah. I mean, I think it's, he likes Jim. I mean, I think that's why he comes. Though suspect shit stir is a central tenet of the creed. Yeah, he just is, I don't know. I don't know. I think he thinks he's trolling in some regards. And then I think he wants to not feel bad about himself in other regards. I don't know. I mean, I've pretty much said what I think about why he's there. So it's not. I'm not saying things about him that I wouldn't say to his face or his voice. In person, as in print, Yarvin expresses himself with imperious self-assurance. He is nearly impossible to interrupt. When the rabbi is speaking, you let the rabbi speak, Razib Khan, a right-wing science blogger and a close friend of Yarvin's, told me. Even his friends and family, however, acknowledge that he has room to grow as a communicator. He talks in a halting monotone, rarely answers questions directly, and is prone to disorienting asides. In the middle of saying one thing, he is always getting distracted by something else he could be saying, like a GPS that keeps suggesting faster routes. Yarvin, for his part, was relieved at how the interview with the Times had gone. Well, I mean, I don't care what he thinks. I just want to tell him what's what. I don't give a shit if he does anything about it or not. Yarvin, for his part, was relieved at how the interview with the Times had gone. My main goal was, how do I not damage any of my relationships? He said. For years, Yarvin was best known, to the extent that he was known at all, as the court philosopher of the Tealverse, the network of heterodox entrepreneurs, intellectuals, and hangers-on surrounding the tech mogul. He mentioned that a businessman he knew had once complained to a journalist that Teal had not invested enough money in his company. That's one strike and you're out, and he was out, Yarvin said, sighing theatrically. His second goal, he said, was to reach the Times audience. This seems surprising. He has called for the government to shut down the paper. I tend to be more interested in outreach to people who share my own cultural background, Yarvin explained. That's white supremacy, I think, right? Isn't that what that is? Mold pudge. He likes to tell the story of his paternal grandparents, Jewish communists from Brooklyn, who met at a leftist gathering in the 30s. He has less to say about his maternal grandparents, Tarrytown Wasps, with a cottage on Nantucket. The vibe of American communism was, we've got 30 IQ points on these people and we're going to win, he said. It's like, what if all the gifted kids formed a political party and tried to take over the world? Yarvin's parents met at Brown, where his father, Herbert, was pursuing a PhD in philosophy. After finishing school and failing to get tenure, too arrogant, Yarvin said, Herbert tried his hand at writing the great American novel and then joined the Foreign Service as a diplomat. In the following years, the family lived in the Dominican Republic and Cyprus. Herbert was cynical about working for the government, and Yarvin seemed to have inherited his disdain. He has reportedly proposed closing America's embassies, a prospect the State Department is now considering in parts of Europe and Africa. Yarvin is reticent on the subject of his childhood, but friends and family suggested to me that his father could be harsh, domineering, and impossible to please. He controlled their life with an iron fist, someone with close knowledge of the family told me. It was absolutely his domain. Yarvin vehemently rejected this view, saying that people who are controlling tend to be insecure, and that is very much not the way of my father. Better words to describe him, he said, would be stubborn, intense, and formidable, like a good manager. Growing up, Yarvin was sometimes homeschooled by his mother and skipped 3 grades. His older brother Norman skipped 4. Wow. The family eventually moved to Columbia, Maryland, where Yarvin entered high school as a 12-year-old sophomore. When you're much younger than your classmates, you're either an adorable mascot or a weird, threatening, disturbing alien, Yarvin said, adding that he was the latter. Yarvin was selected to participate in a Johns Hopkins study of math prodigies. He attended the University Center for Talented Youth, a summer camp for gifted children, and was a Baltimore area champion on It's Academic, a television trivia show. Andrew Cohn, a software engineer who currently lives in a spare room in Yarvin's home. Okay, that seems like a detail I don't need to know, but whatever. Told me that Yarvin's childhood seems to have left him with a lifelong feeling of inadequacy. I think he has this sense of not being good enough, that he's seen as ridiculous or small, and that the only way out is to perform, Cohn said. I offer a different interpretation. I think these guys are, yeah, I know, my formidable. I think these guys are far more just like heartless and cruel, and don't want to be bothered and think they're the shit. That's what I think. And I think they know they're wrong. And so I think all of this, whatever he has, comes from self-loathing. because you know you're wrong. That's why bigots are so mad all the time, because they know they're wrong. My dad was a fucking asshole when I was growing up. And only later did we mend all of those fences. But I didn't become a fucking monarchist. I have empathy for people's situations that have nothing to do with me. I can generate genuine empathy for them. Okay, so let's call a thing a thing. Ugh. I mean, I'm not smart, but really, come on now. It's okay. So let's see. Yarvin went to Brown, graduated at 18, and then entered a PhD program in computer science at the University of California, Berkeley. Former peers told me that he wore a bicycle helmet in class and seemed eager to show off his knowledge to the professor. "Oh, you mean helmet head?" one said when I asked about Yarvin. The joke among some of his classmates was that the helmet prevented new ideas from penetrating his mind. He found more of a community on Usenet, a precursor to today's online forums. He's from the Chans, right? From the Chans. He's a mean internet screeder who is stuck chasing his fandom. Yes. There you go. Oh, that's really well said. That's really well said. Wait, I need to print that. That's really well said. I think that really nails it. Chasing the fandom, man. I love that. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. But even in groups like Talk Bazaar, where intellectual peacocking was the norm, he stood out for his desire to dominate. Along with posting jokes, advice, light verse, and flames, blistering takedowns of other users, he maintained a kill file, a list of members he had blocked because he found their post uninteresting. He wanted to be viewed as the smart guy. That was really, really important to him. His first girlfriend, Meredith Tanner, told me. She was drawn to Yarvin after reading one of his virtuosic flames, and the pair dated for a few years. Don't get involved with someone just because you're impressed by how creatively they insult people. She warned, they will turn that skill on you. Girl, preach. Friends from Yarvin's 20s described him as a reflexive contrarian who reveled in provocation. He wasn't a sweet kid, and he could sometimes be nasty, but he wasn't moldbug, one said. Politically and culturally, Yarvin was a liberal, a big old hippie. You know what? They're not, okay? So they should stop taking that on, because they're not, as Tanner puts it. He had a ponytail, wore a silver hoop earring, dropped acid at raves, and wrote poetry. Oh, is that what it takes to be a hippie these days? Come on now. Hi, Kathy. How are you? Welcome. Good to see you. Tanner recalled that when she once questioned the value of affirmative action in college admissions, it was Yarvin who convinced her of its necessity. After a year and a half of doctoral work, Yarvin left academia. I'm so glad you made it. Yarvin left academia to seek his fortune in the tech industry. He helped design an early version of a mobile web browser for a company that came to be known as Phone.com. In 2001, he began dating Jennifer Colmer, a playwright he met on Craigslist, whom he later married and had 2 children with. Phone.com had gone public, leaving him with a windfall of $1 million. He used some of the money to buy a condo near the Haight-Ashbury neighborhood of San Francisco, and the rest to fund a self-directed study of computer science and political theory. I was used to getting pats on the head for being smart, he said of his decision to leave the cursus honorum of the gifted child. Diverging from the pat on the head economy was a strange and scary choice. Was it scary? I know. Light verse and flames are mandatory. Absolutely. Out in the wilderness, Yarvin delved into recondite history and economics texts. I'm sure I said that wrong. Many of them newly accessible through Google Books. He read Thomas Carlyle, James Burnham, and Albert J. Nock, alongside early aughts profusion of political blogs. Yarvin traces his own red pill moment to the presidential election of 2004. As many of his peers were being driven to the left by lies about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, Yarvin was pulled in the opposite direction by fabrications of a different sort, the Swift boat conspiracy theory pushed by veterans allied with George W. Bush, who claimed that the Democratic candidate John Kerry had lied about his service in Vietnam. It seemed obvious to Yarvin, who believed the accusations, that once the truth emerged, Kerry would be forced to drop out of the race. When that didn't happen, he began to question what else he'd naively taken on trust. Facts no longer felt stable. How could he be confident in what he'd been told about Joseph McCarthy, the Civil War, or global warming? What about democracy itself? After years of energetic debates in the comment section of other people's blogs, he decided to start his own. It did not lack for ambition. The first post began, "The other day I was tinkering around in my garage and I decided to build a new ideology." The German academic Hans Hermann Hoppe is sometimes described as an intellectual gateway to the far right. A retired economics professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Hope argues that the universal suffrage has supplanted rule by a natural elite, advocates for breaking nations into smaller homogenous communities, and calls for communists, homosexuals, and others who oppose this rigid social order to be physically removed. Because freedom. What? Some white nationalists have made memes pairing Hope's face with a helicopter, in allusion to the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet's practice of executing opponents by throwing them from aircraft. Though Hope favors a minimal state, he believes that freedom is better preserved by monarchy than by democracy. Yarvin nearly ended up a libertarian. As a Bay Area coder and devotee of the Austrian school economics in his late 20s, he exhibited all the risk factors. Then he discovers Hope's book on Democracy, The God That Failed, from 2001, and changed his mind. Yarvin soon adopted Hoppe's imago of a benevolent strongman, someone who would govern efficiently, avoid senseless wars, and prioritize the well-being of his subjects. It's not copy and pasted, but it is such a direct influence that it's kind of obscene, Julian Waller, a scholar of authoritarianism at George Washington University, said. Over email, Hope required that he met Yarvin once at an exclusive gathering at Peter Thiel's home, where Hope had been invited to speak. He acknowledged his influence on Yarvin, but added, "For my taste, his writing has always been a bit too flowery and rambling." Hope argues that, unlike democratically elected officials, a monarch has a long-term incentive to safeguard his subjects and the state. Not when there's AI, baby, because both belong to him. Anyone familiar with the history of dictatorships might find this idea disingenuous. Not Yarvin. "You don't ransack your own house," he told me one afternoon at an open-air cafe in Venice Beach. I'd asked him what would stop his CEO monarch from plundering the country or enslaving his people for personal gain. For Louis XIV, when he says, "L'état c'est moi," ransacking the state holds no meaning because it's all his anyway. Following Hope, Yarvin proposes that nations should eventually be broken up into a patchwork of statelets, like Singapore or Dubai, each with its own sovereign ruler. Network states. The eternal political problems of legitimacy, accountability, and succession would be solved by a secret board with the power to select and recall the otherwise all-powerful CEO of each sovereign corporation or SovCorp. How the board itself would be selected is unclear, but Yarvin has suggested that airline pilots, a fraternity of intelligent, practical, and careful people who are already trusted on a regular basis with the lives of others. What's not to like? Could manage the transition between regimes. What? What? To prevent a CEO from staging a military coup, the board members would have access to cryptographic keys that would allow them to disarm all government weapons, from nuclear missiles down to small arms, with the push of a button. What could go wrong? Where's the drama? Mass political participation would cease, and the only way that people could vote would be with their feet, by moving from one SovCorp to another if they became dissatisfied with the terms of service, like switching from X to Blue Sky. The irony that dissenters like Yarvin would probably be repressed in such a state appears not to concern him. In his imagined polity, he insists there would still be freedom of speech. You can think, say, or write whatever you want, he has promised, because the state has no reason to care. What? God, so for as smart as some of these guys are, they feel really dumb. I don't know. Yarvin's congenital cynicism about governance disappears as soon as he starts talking about dictatorial regimes. He has kind words for El Salvador's strongman Nayib Bukele, and has encouraged Dump to let Putin end the liberal order, not just in Russian-speaking territories, but all the way to the English Channel. Picking out a plate of fried calamari, Yarvin praised China and Rwanda, neither of which he has visited. for having strong governments that ensured both public safety and personal liberty. Well, you might want to ask the Rwandans about how they feel. I don't think they're as enthusiastic about it as you might think. In China, he told me, you can think and pretty much say whatever you want. He may have sensed my skepticism, given the country's record of imprisoning critics and detaining ethnic minorities in concentration camps. If you want to organize against the government, you're going to have problems, he admitted. Then he returned to his airbrush. Not Stalin problems. You'll just, be canceled. Or deported. No, he didn't say that. I said that. I need a drink of coffee. Okay, here we go. Oh my God. For certain people like meth addicts or 4-year-olds, Garvin said, too much freedom could be deadly. Then, gesturing to the homeless population camped in the neighborhood, he suddenly began to cry. The idea that this represents success, or this represents the worst of all systems except for all the others, he was referencing Churchill's famous comment about democracy, which I'd paraphrased earlier, is highly delusional, he said, wiping away the tears. A few weeks later, on a trip to London, I watched him break down while giving a similar speech to a member of the House of Lords. It was less affecting the second time around. Oh, someone knows how to act. Presumably, Yarvin's monarch would act decisively to safeguard his wards. At the Venice Cafe, Yarvin lauded the Delancey Street Foundation, a nonprofit rehab organization whose strict program he has characterized as exerting fascist parent-level control. Some of his own proposals go further. On his blog, he once joked about converting San Francisco's underclasses into biodiesel to power the city's buses. Then he suggested another idea, putting them in solitary confinement, hooked up to a virtual reality interface, something we heard about that is being considered, I think, did we hear about that being considered in or being used in one of the prison systems, Gal or Jay? Last night that was brought up on the thing. Yeah. Yeah, this is your captain speaking. What is it? We've thrown your former president out of the government or the emergency exit over the wing. Oh my God. Whatever the exact solution he has written, it is crucial to find a humane alternative to genocide. An outcome that achieves the same result as a mass murder, the removal of undesirable elements from society, but without any of the moral stigma. I just got sick to my stomach. Yarvin's call for an American strongman is off. I mean, I wouldn't be thinking of this unless you literally see his thoughts and ideas come through in the bills that we're seeing and the measures that are being included to roll back regulations and DEI and all of those other things. And what we just watched about basically gutting the parts of the Department of Education that make any sense. So I think it's really, yeah. Otherwise, he'd be another broke incel. Yeah, whatever we ever thought of him, this article shows. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely, yeah, he's horrid, and he's like just, Darren Beatty. Like, I mean, they're all there, and there's people who are as bad and worse than him in terms of action. I don't even know. Like, he has bad ideas, but he's not in the OMB, right? This is just crazy. Yarvin's call for an American strongman is often treated as an eccentric provocation. In fact, yeah, it was VR experiments in private prisons. That's right. Hey, Griffey. Yeah, ideas wise, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing them kind of come to fruition in terms of like what's being pushed and advanced legislatively. In fact, he considers it the only answer to a world in which most people are unfit for democracy. An African country today, he told me, has enough smart people in the country to run it. You just don't have enough smart people to have a democratic election in which everyone is smart. Because of such remarks, Yarvin is sometimes identified as a white nationalist, a label he delicately resists. In 2007, a blog post titled, "Why I Am Not a White Nationalist," well, I mean, that was the title. He explained that though he is not exactly allergic to the stuff, he finds both whiteness and nationalism to be unhelpful political concepts. During lunch, he told me that he feels a rueful sympathy for the bigots of the past, who had some of the right intuitions but lacked the proper science. Neo-reactionaries tend to subscribe to what they call human biodiversity, a set of fringe beliefs which holds, among other things, that not all racial or population groups are equally intelligent. As Yarvin came to see it from his online research, these genetic differences contributed to and conveniently helped explain away demographic differences in poverty, crime, and educational attainment. In this house, we believe in science, race science, he wrote last year. For several hours, Yarvin shuffled through his pitches for strongman rule like an auctioneer desperate to clinch a sale. I listened patiently, though I was often puzzled by his factual distortions and peculiar asides. What is the right policy in a completely new from scratch regime for African Americans? He wondered aloud at one point. At first, this seemed like a non sequitur. I'd been pressing him on how he would define success in the second Trump administration. Answering himself, he said that the obvious solution to problems of inner city drug abuse, and poverty would be to put the church blacks in charge of the ghetto blacks. That's a quote. Yarvin, who is an atheist, is not particularly interested in theocratic rule, but he advocates creating different legal codes to govern different populations. He has cited the Ottoman millet system, which granted religious communities a measure of autonomy. We just read about this too, in terms of how the how dictators within Russia, I mean, not just imperialist Russia too, how authoritarians use religion to control and divide and grow their influence. So it's all the same. It's all the same shit. It's just a different wrapping. To keep the quote ghetto blacks in line, that's offensive. He went on, they should be forced to live in a traditional way, like Orthodox Jews or the Amish. This is painful. The approach that the 20th century took is if we could just make the schools good enough, they would all turn into Unitarians, he said. If you've seen The Wire and lived in Baltimore, both of which I have, that does not seem to work at all. It wasn't until he reached the end of his speech 10 minutes later that I realized he was, in his own way, addressing my initial question. Unless we can totally re-engineer DNA to change what a human being is, there are many people who should not live in a modern way, but in a traditional way, he concluded. And that is a level of revolution that is far beyond anything the dump Vance regime is doing. Yarvin is not known for his discretion. He has a habit of sharing private correspondence, as I discovered when he started sending me unsolicited screenshots of text messages and emails he'd exchanged with his wife, his friends, and a fact checker at the Times Magazine, and someone nominated to the new administration. He seemed troubled by the thought that the wit and wisdom they contained might be lost to posterity. He was more guarded about his friendship with Teal, but he did mention a conversation they'd privately filmed together last year and boasted about a 40th birthday gift he'd received from a billionaire, Francis Nielsen's The Tragedy of Europe, a contemporaneous commentary on the Second World War, though not the first edition that Yarvin had been hoping for. Teal has always had a prophetic touch. He co-founded PayPal, became the first outside investor in Facebook, and created Palantir, a data mining firm that has just received a new contract to help immigration and customs enforcement officers carry out deportations. Teal supported Trump back when doing so still made one a pariah in Silicon Valley. In 2022, he donated $15 million to J.D. Vance's Senate campaign, the largest amount given to a single candidate in congressional history. A longtime libertarian, Teal appears to have taken a Yarvinian turn around 2009, when in a widely quoted essay published online by the Cato Institute, he wrote,
I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible. Yarvin linked to it approvingly in a blog post titled Democraphobia Goes Slightly Viral. They soon met for the first time at Teal's house in San Francisco, and according to private messages I reviewed, struck up a confiding correspondence. Yarvin's emails were long and homiletic, full of precepts gleaned from pickup artist blogs. Teal's were straightforward and concise. Both men seemed to take for granted that America was a communist country, that journalists acted like the Stasi, and that tech CEOs were their prey. In the fall of 2014, Teal published 0 to 1, a best-selling treatise on startups with Blake Masters, his employee and a longtime moldbug fan. Before the book tour, Teal asked Yarvin for advice on fielding questions he might get on how to steer more women into tech. The premise appeared to strike them both as misguided, since women, in their view, were less likely to have men's aptitude for computer science. As Yarvin put it in one email, there's simply no way short of becoming a farce for Google, YC, Y Combinator, the startup accelerator, et cetera, to look like America. Yarvin suggested that Teal deploy a pickup artist tactic called agree and amplify. That is, ask a journalist who probably has no solution in mind what she would do to tackle the problem. The purpose here is not to get to the interlocutor to sleep with you, but to get her to fear this issue and run away from it. And ditto for future interviewers, he wrote. Once at a dinner, Teal quizzed Yarvin on how one might go about taking down Gawker. This is what I brought up last night. Hi. This is what Gal was saying. Yeah, Gamergate. Yep, absolutely. Once at a dinner, Teal quizzed Yarvin on how one might go about taking down Gawker. As it turned out, Teal had already decided to secretly bankroll Hulk Hogan's defamation lawsuit against the online publication, which eventually bankrupted it in 2016. In emails obtained by BuzzFeed, Yarvin bragged to Milo Yiannopoulos, the Breitbart editor, that he'd watched Trump's first election at Teal's house and had been coaching him. Peter needs guidance on politics for sure, Yiannopoulos replied. Yarvin wrote back, less than you might think. He's fully enlightened, just plays it very carefully. When I recently visited Yarvin's craftsman home in Berkeley, I noticed a painting that Teal had given him, a portrait of Yarvin in the style of a role-playing game character card bearing the legend Philosopher. As I sipped tea from a novelty mug featuring the image of Yarvin with a cartoon crown, he told me that it would be cringe for him to broadcast his relationship with Teal, or with Vance for that matter, whom he met through Teal around 2015. Does a normal Ohio voter read Mencius Moldbug? No, Vance reportedly said one night at a bar during the 2021 National Conservatism Conference. But they do agree with the broad thrust of where we think American public policy should go? Absolutely. He's a really cool guy, Yarvin said of the vice president, who followed him on X earlier this year. The White House did not respond. Although Yarvin tried to be discreet, he mentioned that Teal has a bit of a weirdo edge and described Andreessen, the venture capitalist, as someone who, apart from the bizarre and possibly even non-human shape of his head, would seem much more normal than Peter. Yeah, but he chooses to live in Berkeley. After Andreessen invested in Yarvin's startup, Tlon, the two got to know each other. They texted and went to brunch long before Andreessen came out as a Trump supporter last year. Andreessen has been known to urge his associates to read Yarvin's blog. Tech people are not interested in appeals to virtue or beauty or tradition like most conservatives, the State Department official said. They are more like right-wing progressives, and for a long time, Moldbug was the only person speaking to them this way. Andreessen and Teal declined to comment. Apropos of his relationships with powerful men, Yarvin paraphrased to me a wonderful piece of advice for courtiers that he picked up from Lord Chesterfield's letter to his son, an 18th century etiquette manual addressed to the author's illegitimate child. Never bug them, and never let them forget you exist. Yarvin has had more success as a courtier to startup founders than as a founder himself. He launched Tlon in 2013 with a 20-something former Teal fellow. Yarvin approached computer science the same way he approached U.S. government, with, as he put it, a utopian megalomania. Yarvin's visionary goal was to build a peer-to-peer computer network named Orbit that would, I just think of the gum every time I say that, Orbit, that would allow users to control their own data, free from scolds, spies, and monopolies, except for them. Oh, I added that part. Each user on the Orbit network is identified with an NFT that acts like a digital passport. Even though Orbit promotes decentralization, the system is designed around a hierarchical model of virtual real estate with users owning planets, stars, or galaxies.
In an early sketch of the system, Yarvin named himself its prince, but he struggled to attract subjects to his imaginary kingdom. Like Yarvin's political theory, his programming language, which he wrote himself, was daring, abstruse, and sometimes mistaken for a hoax. Ever the contrarian, he reversed the meaning of zeros and ones. After decades, what a waste of fucking time. What a fucking waste of time. After decades of work and an estimated $30 million of investment, Urbit seems to function less like a feudal society and more like the Usenet forums of Yarvin's youth. The trade publication CoinDesk has called it a slower version of AOL Instant Messenger. It doesn't work the way it's supposed to, a former Urbit employee told me, describing Yarvin as the world's first computer science crank. Yarvin left the company in 2019. No longer needing to worry about spooking investors, Yarvin threw himself into the lifestyle of the self-described rogue intellectual. Under his own name, he launched a Substack newsletter, Grey Mirror of the Nihilist Prince. To date, it is the platform's third most popular history publication. What? He became a fixture on the right-wing podcast circuit and seemed never to turn down an invitation to a party. On his travels, he often hosted office hours, informal freewheeling discussions with readers, many of them thoughtful young men alienated by liberal guilt and groupthink, or experiencing self-loathing because they know they're on the wrong side of history. Come on, authors. Come on, authors. Come on. What wins Yarvin converts is less the soundness of his arguments than the transgressive energy they exude. He makes his listeners feel that he is granting them access to forbidden knowledge about racial hierarchy, historical conspiracies, and the perfidy of democratic rule that progressive culture is at pains to suppress. His approach seizes on the reality that most Americans have never learned how to defend democracy. They were simply brought up to believe in it. Yarvin advises his followers to avoid cultural war battles over issues like DEI and abortion. It is wiser, he argues, to let the democratic system collapse on its own. In the meantime, dissidents should focus on becoming fashionable by building a reactionary subculture, a counter-cathedral. Sam Criss, a left-wing writer who has debated Yarvin, said of his work, "It flatters people who believe they can change the world by simply having weird ideas on the internet and decadent parties in Manhattan." Hell yeah. Such people have come to be known as the dissident right, a loose constellation of artists and strivers clustered around the Bay Area, Miami, and the Lower East Side micro neighborhood. I think that's Demas Square. The milieu was drawn together by a frustration with electoral politics, COVID lockdowns, and the strictures of wokeness. Again, and self-loathing. I'll just add that. Vice signaling has been central to the scene's countercultural allure. Instead of sharing pronouns and employing the approved nomenclature, unhoused, Latinx, justice-involved person, its members have revived insults like gay and retarded. Dasha Nekrasova and Anna Kayachian, the hosts of the Red Scare podcast, are among the most prominent avatars of the scene. In 2021, Teal helped to fund an anti-woke film festival in New York, and Yarvin read his poetry at one of its packed events. Urbit now hosts a literary magazine designed to look like the New York Review of Books. If you are an intelligent Jewish American urbanite who wants to play around with certain Nietzschean and eugenic themes, you aren't going to join tiki torch-bearing members chanting that the Jews will not replace us, the conservative commentator Sorab Amari observed in an essay last year. No, you turn to the dissident right. Oh, he did try to kill this article? Yarvin has emerged as a veteran edgelord of this crowd, which he compared to San Francisco's gay subculture in the 70s and to the lost generation of literary modernists, tight-knit communities whose members bonded over their sense of being outsiders. James Joyce, he said, sold a few copies of Ulysses, but his friends like Ezra Pound and T.S. Eliot knew that what he was doing was good. So it was with the creatives of the dissident right, whose endeavors, he felt, had been overlooked by the intolerant cathedral. Or they're just bad. This past April, Yarvin pitched Darren Beattie, the acting undersecretary. Everything is a documentary. Everything comes together. It's all the same people taking all the right pills. This past April, Yarvin pitched Darren Beattie, the acting undersecretary of state for public diplomacy, on a plan for dissident right art hose to take over the American Pavilion at the Venice Biennale. I don't know how to say it. Yeah, stop trying to make a cathedral happen. Lately, Yarvin has been trying to flip some of his newly acquired cultural capital into the real thing. Last year, he returned to Urbit as a wartime CEO, after which several top employees resigned, and in February, he raised more money from Andreessen Horowitz. According to a draft of an unpublished Substack post, his newest plan is to promote Urbit as an elite private club whose members, he believes, are destined to become the stars of the new public sphere, a new Usenet, a new digital Athens built to last forever. The night before Trump's inauguration, I drove Yarvin to a black tie coronation ball at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C. The event was organized by a neo-reactionary publishing house, Passage Press, which recently released Yarvin's book, Gray Mirror. Is that fascial? I don't even know how to say that. Fascial 1, Disturbance. The first of a planned four-part cycle outlining his vision for a new political regime. Its endnotes predominantly consist of QR code links to Wikipedia pages, denazification, laissez-moi, presentism, historical analysis. As I negotiated the icy streets, Yarvin explained that during the Elizabethan era, the finest minds in the arts and sciences were to be found at court. When I asked if he saw a parallel with Dump's inner circle, he burst out laughing. Oh no, he said, my God. Most journalists, I had been denied entry to the ball, so I ordered a drink at the bar in the lobby. Standing next to me was a man wearing a cowboy hat and a burgundy velour suit, a Yarvin enthusiast, it turned out, named Alex Moxa. He ran a party bus company in San Francisco, and in his free time, he made memes featuring Yarvin's likeness. So does my friend Jay Rance. He said that he was drawn to Yarvin's work because it makes me feel like I've got something that people in Washington who think they're really smart can't actually make a compelling argument against. And yet, here we are. He'd wanted to go to the ball, but tickets, whose price had surged to $20,000, were now sold out. Not long afterward, I met two of Yarvin's friends who encouraged me and another journalist I was with to confidently walk into the party with them. Maxa was already inside, having taken a similar approach. LOL, I just waltzed right in by asking where the coat check was, he texted. Passage Press had billed the event as a MAGA meets the tech right. It was not false advertising. In a banquet hall awash in pink and purple light, Anton from the State Department, Laura Loomer, a Trump whisperer known for her anti-Muslim bigotry, and Jack Posobiec, who popularized the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, mingled with venture capitalist, crypto accelerationist, and Substack all-stars. Earlier that evening, as guests dined on seared scallops and filet mignon, Steve Bannon, the ball's keynote speaker, called for mass deportations, the Götterdämmerung of the administrative state, and Mark Zuckerberg's imprisonment. What? Why? What did he do? I mean, don't get me wrong. Oh, glamour. I was looking at dude's Instagram that officiated Yarvin's. Oh my God. 8 years ago, Mike Chernovich, the first gen alt-right influencer, had co-hosted an inaugural party known as the Deplorable, a winking reference to Hillary Clinton's unfortunate crack about half of Trump supporters belonging in a basket of deplorables. Fun fact, she was right. It was, by all accounts, a shambolic affair. Actually, she was wrong. It was not half. It was more. It was all of them. Oh, my God. It was, by all accounts, a shambolic affair plagued by journalists and protesters. One of Chernovich's co-organizers, Tim Giannet, who goes by the online pseudonym Baked Alaska, was removed from his role after posting anti-Semitic content on Twitter. Get out of town. Now at the coronation ball, Baked Alaska was served for dessert. a nod, it seemed, to Giannet, who was then on probation for participating in the January 6th insurrection. He was pardoned by Trump the next day. Chernovich pushed a baby around in a stroller and marveled like a proud father at how far the movement had come. I was one of the oldest guys in the place, he tweeted the following afternoon. Real right-wing, high energy, and high IQ. In 2008, Yarvin, in his open letter, had called for a reactionary vanguard to form an underground political party. The coronation ball made it clear that this was no longer necessary. His web-addled counter-elite was now the establishment. Yarvin was dressed in the same tuxedo, including a bright red cummerbund that he'd worn to a party at Thiel's house in D.C. the night before, where, as Politico reported, Vance had amiably greeted him with, "You reactionary fascist." What? J.D. Vance is becoming his own. He's coming into his own, okay? He's coming right into his own. J.D. Vance isn't hiding a fucking thing about how Chan he is. He is all 8chan. He is all 8chan. It reminds me of some other people I know who are way into 8chan. Interesting. He'd also worn the tux to his wedding last year. Yarvin's first wife died in 2021 from a hereditary heart disease at the age of 50. At the ball, he was accompanied by his second wife, Christine Militello. A former Bernie Sanders supporter and an aspiring novelist, Christine described herself as having been red-pilled during the pandemic after losing her customer service job at an online wine retailer. She first encountered Yarvin on YouTube, where she watched a video of him arguing against the legitimacy of the American Revolution and proceeded to read everything he'd written. Yeah. She sent him an admiring email in 2022 seeking advice on how to break into New York's dissident right literary scene, and they met for drinks a few weeks later. And then hilarity ensued. No, I added that. Dickin. Recently, Yarvin has taken to describing himself as a dark elf, whose role is to seduce high elves, blue state elites, by planting acorns of dark doubt in their high golden minds. What the fuck? In this Tolkien-inspired metaphor, red state conservatives are hobbits who should submit to the absolute power of a new ruling class made up, unsurprisingly, of dark elves. Okay, but what have you seen the movies? Okay, because in the movies, Sauron gets yoinked. Okay, my God. Oh, your husband's a dark elf. Oh, okay. I mean, are we talking like the dark elves, like the lady in white kind of dark elf, you know? Yeah, in DMD. No, I understand. I know what you mean. He didn't always express himself so quaintly. In 2011, the day after the far-right terrorist Anders Behring Breivik killed 69 people, many of them teenagers, at a summer camp in Norway, Yarvin wrote, "If you're going to change Norway into something new, you need the present ruling class of Norway to join and follow you. Or at least you'll need their children." He praised Breivik for targeting the right group, communists, not Muslims, but condemned his methods. Rape is beta. Seduction is alpha. Don't slaughter the youth camp. Recruit the youth camp. These people are disgusting and need to be gone from our entire existence. I mean, I don't want that. They don't need to die or anything, but they need to just shut the fuck up and go in their corner. Go back under their rock. Yarvin's own recruitment efforts seem to be working. Near the open bar, I spoke to Stevie Miller, a sprightly sophomore at Carnegie Mellon who'd been reading Yarvin since the 7th grade. Yarvin told me that he'd encountered several gifted Zoomers who'd read him as preteens because his high IQ style served as a high IQ magnet. God. 2 years ago, Miller hung out with Yarvin at Vibe Camp, a gathering for nerds and techies in rural Maryland. Yarvin, who left early, asked Miller to help him throw his own party in D.C., which came to be known as VibeConf. Afterward, Miller became Yarvin's first personal intern. "My parents, New York Jewish liberals, who I love, were totally mystified," he said. After half an hour, I was escorted out of the party, as were other reporters throughout the evening. Security mistook Moxa, my friend from the lobby, for one of our kind, and he was ejected too, though not before pressing through the crowd to get his photo taken with the dark elf. Even Trump's most pessimistic critics have been startled by the speed with which the president, in his second term, has moved to impose autocracy on America, concentrating power in the executive branch and often enough in the hands of the richest men on earth. Elon Musk, an unelected citizen, has led a squadron of 20-somethings on a spree through the federal government, laying off tens of thousands of civil servants, shuttering the U.S. Agency for International Development, and seizing control of the Treasury Department's payment system. Meanwhile, the administration has launched an assault on civil society, revoking funding at Harvard and other universities that it claims are bastions of ideological indoctrination, and punishing law firms that have represented Trump's opponents. It has expanded the machinery of immigration enforcement, deporting 3 U.S.-born children to Honduras, a group of Asian and Latin American immigrants to Africa, and more than 200 Venezuelan migrants to a maximum security prison in El Salvador, where they may remain until the end of their lives. U.S. citizens now find themselves with a government that claims the right to disappear them without due process. As Trump told Bukele, the president of El Salvador, during an Oval Office meeting, homegrowns are next. Without a vigorous system of checks and balances, one man's crank ideas like starting an incoherent trade war that upends the global economy don't get filtered out. They become policies that enrich his family and his allies. Since January, a cottage industry has arisen online to trace links between the government's chaotic blitz of actions and Yarvin's writings. Yarvin is hardly the Rasputin-like figure with Oval Office access that certain blue sky users imagine him to be, but it isn't difficult to see why some people may have come to this view. Last month, an anonymous doggy advisor told the Washington Post that it was an open secret that everyone in policymaking roles has read Yarvin. Stephen Miller, the president's deputy chief of staff, recently quote tweeted him. Vance has called for the U.S. to retrench from Europe, a longtime Yarvin desideratum. Last spring, Yarvin proposed expelling all Palestinians from the Gaza Strip and turning it into a luxury resort. Did I hear someone say beachfront? He wrote on the Substack. The new Gaza, developed, of course, by Jared Kushner, is the LA of the Mediterranean, an entirely new charter city on humanity's oldest ocean, sublime real estate with an absolutely perfect Apple-quality government. This February, during a joint press conference with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, Trump surprised his advisors when he made a nearly identical proposal describing the redeveloped Gaza as the Riviera of the Middle East. Whenever I asked Yarvin about resonances between his writing and real-world events, his response was nonchalant. He seemed to see himself as a conduit for pure reason. The only mystery to him was why it had taken others so long to catch up. You can invent a lie, but you can only discover the truth, he told me. We were in London, where he was attending the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, a conservative conference co-founded by the psychologist Jordan Peterson. He's not a psychologist. Give me a break. Yarvin described Peterson to me as a dandy with a weird narcissistic energy coming off of him. Oh, takes one to know one. Accompanying Yarvin on his travels were Eduardo Garalt Brun and Alonso Esquina Diaz, two millennial filmmakers who were shooting a documentary about his life. The goal was to make a naturalistic character study in the style of Grey Gardens, in which, as Brun put it, the camera just happens to be around. It wasn't going to plan. Yarvin kept repeating the same monologues, which meant that much of the footage was the same. The filmmakers worried that his racist remarks would turn viewers off. What? Do you not know who he is? One afternoon in London, Diaz had filmed Yarvin getting his portrait painted with Lord Maurice Glasman, a post-liberal political theorist who has been called Labour's MAGA Lord for his support of Brexit and his ongoing dialogue with figures like Steve Bannon. At one point in their discussion, Yarvin had pulled out his iPhone to show Glassman that he'd hacked the chatbot Claude to get it to call him by the N-word. Some thinkers would envy the attention Yarvin is receiving, but he dismissed his influence as a fraudulent currency since it has yet to cash out in the revolution he desires. He poured scorn on Doggy, so much libertarian DNA, and Trump's tariff plan, not mercantilist enough. In a recent essay on Substack, he criticized the decision to dispatch plainclothes ICE officers to jail college students and professors for political speech, not on moral grounds, but because the thuggish optics were likely to provoke resistance. Yeah. Yarvin's oracular pronouncements and bottomless disdain for actually existing politics have inspired a viral post, his face under the words, "Your anti-regime actions work well in practice, but do they work in theory?" Conservative activist Christopher Rufo has compared Yarvin to a sullen teenager who insists everything is pointless. I came to think of him as a reactionary Goldilocks who would be satisfied with nothing less than the inch-perfect autocracy that he'd constructed in his mind. This apparent desire for control also shows up in some of his relationships. Not long ago, I visited Lydia Lawrenson, Yarvin's ex-fiancée in Berkeley. The two began dating in September 2021 after Yarvin posted a personal ad on Substack explaining that he'd recently lost his widower virginity and was looking to meet someone of childbearing age. Lawrenson, a freelance writer and editor, replied the same day, "I have historically been a liberal, but my IQ is really high. I want kids, and I'm incredibly curious to talk to you." Yarvin went on Zoom dates with other women who answered the post, among them Caroline Ellison, the ex-girlfriend of the now imprisoned crypto entrepreneur Sam Bankman-Fried, but he and Lawrenson soon found themselves in an all-consuming romance. She told me that the ethos of her relationship with Yarvin was, "We're going to be geniuses together and have genius babies. I'm making fun of it a little bit, but that was really it. No, shit, girl, I fucking believe you. I believe you, cunt. I fucking believe you. I believe exactly that that's what you two assholes thought. Ugh. Like Yarvin, Lawrenson had been a precocious child who went to college early. She'd also maintained a blog with a cult following where, under the pseudonym Clarice Thorne, she wrote about sex-positive feminism, BDSM, and pickup artistry. She and Yarvin fought often, sometimes about politics. Lawrenson had moved away from the left. I don't think she was ever left, if you want to know the deal. But she hadn't fully embraced neo-reaction. When I asked her if she'd ever changed Yarvin's mind about anything, she said she'd gotten him to stop using the N-word, at least around her. He later told this magazine that he was not using the word in the spirit of a, quote, Southern plantation owner. I'm telling you, the incels think they can use any word they want because freedom. The bigger source of tension, according to Lawrenson, was Yarvin's autocratic attachment style. When they fought, Lawrenson said he insisted that she provide a rational justification for ending hostilities. She felt that Yarvin's slippery personal attacks resembled his manner in public debates. He makes up explanations that seem reasonable but are actually false. He attacks the character of the person who is trying to point out what he's doing. It's like a DDoS attack of the soul, she told me in an email, referencing the cyber attack strategy of overwhelming a server with traffic from multiple sources. James Dama, a friend of Lawrence's who has had his own falling out with Yarvin, recalled he would make a coarse joke about Lydia's weight or looks, not get a laugh, and then get angry at Lydia for being too stuck up. Tanner, Yarvin's first girlfriend, described a similar pattern of insults and demands. Okay, let's call a thing a thing. This guy's a fucking dick. All right, we all know guys like this. They're dicks. I don't care what their IQ is. That is so uncorrelated to their moral compass or whatever you want to call it. Lawrenson and Yarvin broke up in the summer of 2022 while Lawrenson was pregnant. He told me that his desire for closeness might have struck Lawrenson as overbearing and stifling, and that he had a bad habit of making a joke that's sort of a barb, but he denied that he was ever purposely cruel during the relationship. He added that after the relationship ended, my natural instinct was, I'm going to cut her down every size every time I can, something he noted he was very good at. A few weeks after their son was born that December, Yarvin sued for partial custody, which he received. An ongoing family court case remains acrimonious. The parents are in disagreement about nearly every issue, their mediator observed last year. Now that they share a toddler, Lawrenson spends a lot of time thinking about Yarvin's own childhood. He has this class clown thing going on where he very much craves attention, she said. To her, it seemed that his embrace of a provocative ideology was kind of a repetition compulsion, a psychological defense that allowed him to reframe the ostracization he experienced growing up. As America's most famous living monarchist, he could tell himself that people were rejecting him for his autres ideas, not for his personality. She wondered if he'd first adopted the monarchist thing as a kind of intellectual sport, a bit from Usenet. And then, like the parallel world in the Borges story, it had slowly taken on a reality of its own. Is it just like you found this place where people admire you and allow you to troll as much as you want, and then you just live in that world? She asked. Is there more up to date on the take on? I know, right? Thank you. Thank you. Not sure I've had a relationship or heard of one with an ethos. Well, you just didn't go to enough vibe comps. In the past decade, liberalism has taken a beating from both sides of the political spectrum. Its critics to the left view its measured gradualism as incommensurate to the present's multiple emergencies: climate change, inequality, the rise of an ethno-nationalist right. Disinformation, I might add. Conservatives, by contrast, paint liberalism as a cultural leviathan that has trampled traditional values underfoot. In Why Liberalism Failed in 2018, the Notre Dame political scientist Patrick Deneen argues that the contemporary American emphasis on individual freedom has come at the expense of family, faith, and community, turning us into, quote, an increasingly separate, autonomous, non-relational selves, replete with rights and defined by our liberty, but insecure, powerless, afraid, and alone. I think you're taking yourself too seriously. Jesus Christ. One other post-liberal theorist, including Adrian Vermeule, have proposed that the state curtail certain rights in the service of an explicitly Catholic common good, which is why you're never running anything, okay? Yarvin is calling for something simpler and more libidinally satisfying, to burn it all down and start again from scratch. Since the advent of neoliberalism in the late 70s, political leaders have increasingly treated governance like corporate management, turning citizens into customers and privatizing services. The result has been greater inequality, a weakened social safety net, and the widespread perception that democracy itself is to blame for these ills, creating an appetite for exactly the kind of autocratic efficiency Yarvin now extols. A Yarvin program might seem seductive during a period of neoliberal rule where efforts to change things, whether it's global warming or the war machine, feel futile. The historian Suzanne Schneider told me, "You can sit back, not give a fuck, and let someone else run the show." Yarvin has little to say on the question of human flourishing or about humans in general, who appear in his work as sheep to be herded, idiots to be corrected, or marionettes to be controlled by leftist puppeteers. Is a moldy bug. Hi, Amy. How are you? Long time no see, I think, right? You've been here. Uh, welcome back. Whatever gift Yarvin has for attracting attention, his work does not his work does not survive scrutiny. It is full of spurious syllogisms and arguments retconned to match his jaundiced intuitions. He is read widely, but he uses his knowledge merely as a grist for the same reactionary fairy tale. Once upon a time, people knew their place and lived in harmony. Then along came enlightenment with its noble lie of egalitarianism, plunging the world into disorder. Yarvin often criticizes academics for treating history like a Marvel movie, with oversimplified heroes and villains. But it's unclear what he adds to the picture by calling Napoleon a startup guy. He has favored the revisionist theories that Shakespeare's plays were really written by the 17th Earl of Oxford, and that the American Civil War, which he calls the War of Secession, worsened living conditions for Black Americans. The neat thing about primary sources is that often it takes only one to prove your point, he has proclaimed, which would come as news to historians. Oh, Amy, I'm glad. Well, I'm glad we caught you. Some of his most thoroughgoing critics are on the right. Rufo, the conservative activist. Oh, is that what we call Chris Rufo? Fucking disinformation boy. Has written that Yarvin is a sophist whose debating style consists of childish insults, bouts of paranoia, heavy italics, pointless digressions, competitive bibliography, and allusions to cartoons. I mean, I talked to One Eye, that's the same thing. He added, when one tries to locate what it is that you actually think, he cannot help but discover that there really isn't much substance there. The most generous engagement with Yarvin's ideas has come from bloggers associated with the rationalist movement, which prides itself on weighing evidence for even seemingly far-fetched claims. Their formidable patience, however, has also worn thin. He never addressed me as an equal, only as a brainwashed person, Scott Aronson, an eminent computer science, said of their conversations. He seemed to think that if he just gave me one more reading assignment about happy slaves singing or one more monologue about FDR, I'd finally see the light. Intellectual seriousness may not be the point. Yarvin's polemics have proved useful for those on the right in search of a rationale for nerd resentment and plutocratic will to power. The guy does not have a coherent theory of the case, the Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut told me. He just happens to be saying something out loud that a lot of Republicans are eager to hear. It is not difficult to anticipate the totalitarian endgame of a worldview that marries power worship with a contempt for human dignity, fascism, as some might call it. Like his ideological nemesis, the Bolsheviks, Yarvin seems to believe that the only thing standing in the way of utopia is an unwillingness to use every means possible to achieve it. He claims that the transition to his regime will be peaceful, even joyous, but fantasies of violence flicker throughout his work. Unless the monarch is ready to actually genocide the nobility or the masses, he has to capture their loyalty, he wrote in a Substack post in March. You're not going to foam these people like turkeys with bird flu, right? Yarvin's strong opinions on how the world ought to work extended to this profile. Some of his suggestions were intriguing. He floated the idea of staging a debate with one of his ex-girlfriends and invited me to follow him to Doha for a meeting with Omar bin Laden, one of Osama's sons. Others were officious. At one point, he sent me 9 texts objecting to my use of the word extreme, a hostile pejorative, he explained, in which my article would be better off without. He'd previously boasted several times in our taped conversations that he was more extreme than anyone in the current administration. A few days after the coronation ball at the Watergate Hotel, he wrote to the New Yorker to complain that I'd walked in without his publisher's permission. He said that he hoped the incident would not turn into Watergate 2, and he referred to himself as certainly the most media-friendly person on the scene. Jonathan Keeperman, his publisher at Passage Press and the host of the ball, once suggested to the Republican Party should lamppost, that is, lynch, the journos. So this was not a particularly high bar to clear. One morning this winter, I woke up to 28 texts from Yarvin expressing concerns about my reporting technique. The problem is that your process is slack, and I can feel it generating low-quality content because it's not adversarial enough, he wrote. When the process is not adversarial, I don't know what I'm contending against. He briefly considered whether I was too dumb to understand the ideas or whether I'd succumb to the mental self-censorship that Orwell called Crime Stop. He urged me to watch The Lives of Others, an Oscar-winning film that depicts the relationship between an East German playwright and the Stasi agent who is tasked with surveilling him. The Stasi agent, he wrote, can actually write up the ideas of the playwright without even thinking them. It is not even that he is opposed to the dissident ideas. It is that he does not even let them touch his brain. In the film, the Stasi agent eventually cracks after he comes to sympathize with the playwright's views. Yarvin, presumably, was the playwright. 9 texts objecting to extreme. He said that he was coming to see me, on the other hand, as an NPC or a non-player character. Ooh, burn. He proposed giving me a void conf test, the fictional exam in Blade Runner used to distinguish androids from humans. Man, these guys get really, really, really mad, don't they? They just get so mad. Hi, AE, how are you? Long time no see. I mean, come on. What a baby. His version would involve the two of us debating the blank slate theory versus racism and recording the conversation. By racism, I mean, of course, human biodiversity, he elaborated. When I explained that my reporting process did not include submitting to on-demand tests, Yarvin sent me a screenshot of August 1968, W.H. Auden's poem about the Soviet-led invasion of Czechoslovakia to suppress the Prague Spring. The ogre does what ogres can, deeds quite impossible for man. But one prize is beyond his reach. The ogre cannot master speech. He went on to say that although he'd agreed to participate in this story because no publicity is bad publicity, he would now try to kill it if he could. Ah, thanks, Jen. I was struck by the contrast between his messages and the cool-headed tone he'd recommended that Teal and other friends deploy when handling the media. After the 2013 TechCrunch article identifying Yarvin came out, Balaji Srinivasan, the entrepreneur, proposed in an email to sick the dark enlightenment audience on a single vulnerable hostile reporter to dox them. Yarvin dissuaded him. What would Hertis say? Yarvin asked, referring to the white nationalist pickup artist blog Chateau Hertist. Almost always, the right alpha answer is nothing. Say nothing. Do nothing. Tech farts. I don't know. On a balmy afternoon in late February, Yarvin and his wife Christine were driving down a country road in the south of France. They were accompanied by the documentarians Brune and Diaz. Where are we going, Christine? Brune asked from the passenger seat, turning the camera around to film her in the back beside me. She said that she only had the vaguest notion. Honestly, he just tells me everything last minute, she explained. It's kind of like being a dog. You just know that you're going in the car, and you don't know if you're going to go to the dog park, you're going to go to the vet, and you'll find out when you get there. Spontaneity, Yarvin chimed in. There's a baby. That's right. There's a baby Yarvin, unfortunately. We were on our way to meet Renaud Camus, a 78-year-old novelist and pamphleteer who, in 2011, published The Great Replacement, an incendiary manifesto that argued that liberal elites were behind a conspiracy to replace white Europeans with migrants from Africa and the Middle East. The title phrase has since become a rallying cry for white nationalists around the world, from Charlottesville, Virginia, where in 2017 marchers chanted, "You will not replace us," to Christchurch, New Zealand, where 2 years later a man who published a manifesto with the same title as Camus' killed 51 Muslims. As we crested a hill, the walls of Camus' castle, Chateau de Pleu, loomed into view. Does anyone know if he's related to Albert Camus? Yarvin asked. I think he's not related to Albert, but he's a lovely old gay literary Frenchman. Brune, who is Venezuelan, wondered what he would do if Camus has a sign that says, no foreigners allowed. Well, are you here to replace us? Christine joked. Nobody replied. Yarvin rang an impressive metal bell beside the door, and we were soon ushered inside by Pierre Jolibert, Camus' partner. Upstairs, Camus was waiting for us with a bottle of champagne. With his manicured white beard and brown corduroy jacket, complete with a bow tie and gold pocket watch chain, he looked like a 19th century man of letters. Speaking perfect English with an English accent, he made it sound as though he'd had no choice but to buy the castle, which dated from the early 1300s after his library grew too large for his small Parisian flat. That was 35 years ago. Now, acknowledging the stacks of books that were overtaking his cavernous study, he said that he was running into the same problem here. Over several glasses of champagne, Yarvin fired a series of questions at Camus, though he rarely waited long enough for his host to give a full answer. What did Camus think of Philippe Pétain, Charles de Gaulle, Napoleon III, Napoleon I, Ernst Jünger, Ernst von Salomon, Ezra Pound, Basil Bunting? More than an interaction, Yarvin, the former trivia champion, seemed to want a pat on the head for his display of learning. After we headed downstairs for lunch, strips of sizzling duck, a quiche Lorraine, red wine, Yarvin resumed his cross-examination. Did Camus rate Thomas Carlyle, Michel Houellebecq, Louis XIV? What would he say to Charles Maurras if he were alive today? What would Dostoevsky have thought about the COVID lab leak theory? Camus let out a high-pitched giggle whenever Yarvin asked a particularly odd question, but he was baffled by his guest's repeated inquiries about Brigitte Macron, the French First Lady, who Yarvin suspected was actually a man. We are dealing with the most important thing in the history of the continent, Camus exclaimed, referring to the rise of non-white immigration to Europe. What does it matter if Mrs. Macron is a man or a woman? Brune asked the men to move to a window so that he could shoot them from outside. As Yarvin gazed at the patchwork of neatly tended fields below, he spoke about the Great Replacement as one of the greatest crimes in history. Is it greater than the Holocaust? I don't know. We haven't seen it play out yet. He'd been drinking since his arrival and seemed to be in an emotional state. I have 3 children, he told Camus. Will they be basically lined up and marched into mass graves? They had been discussing John Raspail's apocalyptic novel, The Camp of the Saints, from 1973, which depicts an invasion of Indian migrants destroying European nations. Sobbing now, he continued, I want my children to die in the 22nd century. I don't want them to experience some kind of insane post-colonial Holocaust. This guy is so fucking, I'm telling you right now, we better have this worldwide, uprising. Uprising. It's just, I can't. We're almost done. After dessert, coffee, and a rum from Guadeloupe, it was time for an evening stroll. Carrying a wooden cane, Camus led Yarvin through the small town of Pleu. I don't know how to say that. Spring had arrived early. A cherry tree was blossoming with little flowers. As they passed the local church, Yarvin took out his phone to show Camus a photo of the toddler he shares with Laurenson. The mother of that child was not my wife, he said confidingly. A moment later, he was reading a poem by C.P. Cavafy, in tears once again. He does cry a lot. When Yarvin and Camus went on ahead, the filmmakers paused to assess the day's shoot. Brune said that Yarvin reminded him of the long-winded character in Airplane who talks so incessantly that it drives his seatmates to kill themselves. We wondered what Camus was making of the afternoon. It wasn't long before we found out. If intellectual exchanges were commercial exchanges, which they are to a certain extent, the amount of my exports would not reach 1% of that of my imports, Camus wrote in his diary, which he posted online the following day. The visitor spoke without interruption from his arrival to his departure for 5 hours, very quickly and very loudly, interrupting himself only for curious fits of tears when he spoke of his deceased wife, but also, more strangely, certain political situations. I know, really. It was dark by the time we all returned to the chateau. Thank you so much for your hospitality and your duck and your castle, Yarvin said, looking around. How much money did you spend on it? Lovingly squeezing Yarvin's arm, Christine said, you can't just ask people that. Camus gave Yarvin some of his books as souvenirs, but Yarvin's mind already seemed elsewhere. Tomorrow, he would fly to Paris to meet with a group of red-pilled Zoomers and Eric Zemmour, a far-right polemicist who once ran to be the president of France. As we headed to the car, Yarvin was buzzing with boyish excitement about his performance. He turned to me and the filmmakers. Was that good? He asked. Was that good? Wow. 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 That was really good. That's the most in-depth I've read about him. That's pretty damn good. Ooh, we've been going for 4 hours. Yeah, let me check. I just want to catch up with you guys. I'm going to leave on the speaker with my headphones around my neck. Oh, yeah. Make everyone listen to progressive stuff. I know. Here come the tears. I've decided to be more rude in my. Oh my god. I know. People always walk through. Like I was at the somewhere on Sunday, and this guy was walking through with his phone like on full speaker with something playing. I'm like, wow. I just don't never think of doing that. Oh, thank you. Thanks for listening. I really appreciate that. It was a very thorough. It's just a very. Those are things I hadn't really understood about him. So I'm actually glad for the insight. You know, I don't think there's a linear relationship between all of these things. There's not like Yarvin thinks of the idea, you know, Stephen Miller makes it happen. I don't think it's linear like that, but it is pretty clear that the ideas and things that he and others have shared, um, yeah, it was really well done. The ideas that Yarvin has shared around, you know, destroying government and kind of just the basic tenets. Clearly, those, and especially since that's part of what his donor class, you know, the Peter Thiels of the world, also agree with, right? It's not a far reach to say that the influence of these ideas, whether or not Yarvin puts words to them or not, is definitely coming through because I see it in the actual actions of the Congress, of Doge, of all of these secretary clowns, of what we just watched with Linda McMahon, who's a joke. I mean, the clowns are the joke, but there's real shit happening. Yeah, I don't want to live on Robot Meme Street. Yeah, I agree. I'm going to save the Michael Anton article for tomorrow, but we're going to read that this article coming up tomorrow. Oh, is it this one? Yeah. Magas Machiavelli, The Quiet Rise of Michael Anton. I want to read that. It's a little bit longer as well, and kind of get that additional information. Yeah. So, you know, I think he's in our, yeah, thank you, AE. That's a great way of putting it. He's in our politics, whether we like it or not. And for me, as someone who wants to understand uh, how we move through this part of our history with as many of people intact as possible, I want to understand what is driving some of these decisions, and it has helped me kind of look through some of the noise to some of the actions that are actually going to be dangerous, right? So it's just really it's a lot. By design, I think it's a lot. But I think it's I appreciate some of the in-depth pieces. It's good to know. Knowledge is power. I've always said that. I really believe that. I know it's kind of silly, but I believe knowledge is power. What you do with it is a whole other thing. And, you know, I'm not efficient when it comes to using the knowledge that I have all the time, but I certainly want to try. I want to try. Well, sorry I couldn't bring you a better wake and bake. Womp womp. I did not see Jim's tweet. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Na, 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 na. On X? Na, 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 na. Wah, la, 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 la. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. La, 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 la. Jim Jim Stewartson. There you are. All right, what do we got? What do we got here? The Spider Watch Sledgehammer I haven't read yet. I want to read that, by the way. He has a new Mind War article out. Which one is it? Which one? I'm so sorry. Badge, what was it? 10 years ago, I would have dismissed this as all impossible. I know, right? Exactly. Thank you. I think that's where I struggle too, is that, you know, it's easy for ideas to be dismissed or lessened or something, and that's fine, you know, if that's what gets you through the night. But for me, I kind of want to know. Oh, the CIA one. Oh. Oh. Joe Flynn. Oh, no, that's 2020. Is the one about the Bin Ladens? Yes, Jen. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me entertain you. I'll make it bigger. I know it's la 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 la. Oh, you know what? We're having a documentary tonight. I can't remember what it is. Oh, thanks, J Rance kiddo. I appreciate that. Oh no, what the fuck is that? I think I have him blocked. Okay, so you see Jim Stewartson reporting. The main seed investor in Palantir was George Bush's CIA, Thiel's only customer until they moved to the military market. Palantir's first defense contract was for Mike Flynn, who was working with Blackwater, which was war profiteering after 9/11. They sure like Bin Laden's. And there's Joe Flynn. Suck my dick, Joe. You know, for old time's sake. Oh, he hates the bill. Yeah, he hates the bill. I know. He's really trying to push that. He really is not a fan of the bill. He's like, I just did all this work to cut all the money and you're increasing the debt again. Joe Flynn in 2020. Extraordinary letter from Osama bin Laden's niece dedicated to General Flynn. Please read and retweet Noor bin Laden. My letter to America. Ah!
And to those who think this shooter is a hero because he did it because he said this healthcare executive was presiding over a healthcare system which kills thousands of Americans by denying them cover, what would you say to them?
It's I don't know what to say. I think I still think you should try to make an argument, and I think this is you know, there may be things wrong with our healthcare system, but you have to make an argument, and you have to try to find a way to convince people and change it by that. And this is, you know, this is not going to work. And, I don't know. Yeah. It's yeah. I mean, there are all sorts of things one could say about it, but I don't think. And again, I think, you know, I think the motives feel. I don't want to go into all the particulars here, but I don't think there's anything heroic about him.
There you go. I don't want to get killed. I don't want to get shot. Thank you, Jim, for reminding us exactly who the fuck we're talking about. Let's see. What's this? What's this nonsensory? Elon. Wait. Oh, let me use it. Come on, just one time for old time's sake. End of the show. Come on now. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Get ready. Okay. Can you hear me? Am I speaking like Elon right now? Am I speaking like Elon, or is it just my voice? I think it's okay. Good.
It's Elon.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Okay. Am I back now? Is it me? Yeah, I have that. You know what else I have? Here's another one I have. Hold on. Okay. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who vote. Oh, it turns off? Oh, damn. It turns off? Oh, wait, can you hear me? I don't know. Oh, I hope it doesn't turn off. That's terrible. Okay. All right. No effect? Oh, no. Oh, darn it. Okay, wait, what about this one? Okay.
Okay.
Can
Can you?
Is this
Is this it?
Hear me?
Hear me?
Teresa
Teresa the ladies.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
but I just can't stand it anymore. This
This
massive, outrageous. Oh, you hear me and the effect? That's so weird. Oh my god.
That's kind of funny.
Okay, is it just the baby voice now? So weird. All right. Well, anyway. We'll turn it all off. Oh well, now it's me. Okay, great. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. This thing likes to fuck with me. It didn't turn on the last time. God damn it! It's the baby voice. You can't hear me with the baby voice right now? Oh, you know what? It might be. Yeah, it might be. It might be. I know. Do I call people? No, I don't call people, but I will someday. I will. Tiny Lolo voice. this guy down here is FMR. Grok, what is he saying? Critics like must call it pork-filled due to funds for specific regions or industries like agriculture versus, what it's supposed to. What? Oh my God. What a dope. What a dope. Okay, let me get us back to a fucking campfire, please. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. You heard me. Okay, good. Does it have a timer? I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. I'm not really sure. I'll figure it out. It's hard to test things when they're not live. Oh wait, what do I want to test? I wanted to test something when I was live. Oh, can someone subscribe to the channel? I want to see if that works. I could probably just test it though. I don't want to be like weird about it. Hold on. Like, okay. So like, well, I'll just show you because I created new alerts. So like the subscriber. Oh no, that's not the right one. Oh, god damn you guys. Why does it keep doing this? Why do you do this? It's supposed to be the other one. Dang it. It worked at the beginning of the show. Okay, fuck you, Streamlabs. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Okay. All right. That's good. I'm actually glad it clicks off. Remember? Because we did 20 minutes of the Elmo voice last time. Ugh. All right. There is going to be a documentary tonight. I do not know what it is yet because I have to go back to the notes. I know, Oomph, I think you dropped a bunch of notes and I printed them or I just took screenshots of them. So I have to go back and figure that out. But I can't remember what you said because I think you suggested a documentary for tonight. If we don't watch the documentary tonight, I want to watch Mountain. Oh, you did? Why isn't it not showing? Nothing works. Nothing works. It should work. Well, Kevin. No need to join. No need to join. Don't. Oh, you don't recall? I don't know why. Or were maybe you were saying something else, and it sounded like you were recommending. I don't know. Okay, I'm crazy. Well, that's good. Then I won't. Then I won't get anything wrong. Oh, come on! You didn't need to do that. But there you go. You get yours. You're so sweet. You don't need to do that. Oh yeah, you're already a member. Yeah, it's a play on Fountainhead by Rand. Oh, Mountainhead. Yeah, why don't we do Mountainhead? If that's okay. I'm gonna start it at 5:30 instead of 6. So a little earlier because I know it's a school night. I think it's only an hour and like 50. Yeah, the act of killing. Oh, set on space to the act of killing. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm gonna. So tonight, instead of an actual documentary, no problem. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something. School's out for summer. Oh, please don't buy memberships. I'm so, you guys are so wonderful to me. You're so wonderful to me. You don't need to do a thing. I would like to watch, okay, we're going to watch Mountainhead tonight. And that's going to be, I guess I should just make it at 6, huh? I shouldn't change the time so much. Okay. It'll be at 6. All right, because it's only like an hour. It's less than 2 hours. All right. Have a great afternoon. Thank you so much for spending way too much time I asked you for today. I really appreciate it. And it is like Fountainhead, but it's different. But it's about what we just talked about, which is Curtis Yarvin and all those assholes, kind of. I love you guys too. Thank you so much. Oren, thank you so much for that. You're amazing. I adore you. AE, it's so good to see you. I'm so glad you're back. A bunch of people came back today. I'm really grateful to see everyone. And of course, the beautiful loungers that come and hang out. You're the bomb, Val. Lolo, I love your show, and I'm only slightly exaggerating. Trying to go to sleep before 3 a.m. and become fully mobile by 11. Catching your show is a good incentive. Oh, Amy, I love you. Hang in there. Get your good rest. It can also be a background. Okay, have a great day. Thank you again for coming. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for the articles that you recommend and everything. It just makes the show everything that it is. So I definitely appreciate that support. It takes a village. Okay, bye. Have a great day.